What's going on, team? Let's see who can get into a good trade, maybe score a little goal. Who wants it? Let's see it right here, live trading with Benzinga. Let's get towards it.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Good morning, traders. Definitely hit the like button. Let's get the trading action started here. Let's bring on Zunaid and take a look into the markets. Right now, it looks like we have done absolutely nothing all pre-market, but that's how it goes sometimes. That might be leaving fireworks for the open. We'll definitely take a look there. Zunaid, what are you doing, my friend? You taking shots already?
It'd be nice if I had my mic down here. No shots in the morning. No shots in the morning just yet, but I am keeping an eye on a couple of stocks and things like that. And we have a new viewer that says, do they show what they are trading? Yes.
Well,
yes,
stay tuned. You will see it. Yeah, definitely.
Let me go ahead and share my screen here.
Boom, boom.
So taking a look at the futures, you can see that we're at the moment, you got lower highs here. All right. So you've got a little bit of a trend to the downside starting at 3 o'clock in the morning on the E-mini future side of things. Now, if we could go ahead and see that you've got a bit of a range here as well. Now, this 39.96 is holding as support. So if anyone is interested in going short the market in terms of the futures, you got to make sure that this level is broken. And of course, after that, you've got the support that came in yesterday at right around, what is this, 88? We'll call it 39.87-ish right over here. So those are the two levels to kind of keep an eye on. And of course, if we break to the upside, that could be interesting. 4,000 is going to be a level to see where things come in terms of buyers and sellers. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the SPY. Similar kind of story here. How yesterday, let me go ahead and move to the 15-minute to make it a little crispy. And then let me actually do this.
Crispy.
There we go. All right. That did not do what I wanted to do. There we go.
Gotta make it crispy.
There we go. All right, on the future side of things, 405, that whole number was a resistance level, so that, didn't break whatsoever to the upside, so then we just kind of trail it. It was just a trend day to the downside. It was kind of an easy one that we took a few things short. I know I started the day off 0-2 with Google and all that, but in terms of the SPY here, again, same thing. You want to keep an eye on this 398 as support, right? So we're going to go ahead and mark that off here. So if we go ahead and crack this 398, you can expect a little bit more turbulence and make its way possibly towards this 393.50 area. Obviously, you may find support otherwise, but that could be another area of support. So you could possibly go short here. That's what we could look to do, and then scale some out around 96, 95s for sure. And then that would be like your third ultimate target. That's what I've got on the SPY here. Above 400, you could go ahead and have some upside, but at the moment, I don't necessarily have a good idea or a good thesis for the upside movement. Let's go ahead and take a look at Apple. The 150 level broke, but the 151 held strong. And then after, this is one that we went ahead and took short together yesterday. After it broke that 150, it was just goodbye to the downside, and then just could not even get back to VWAP to test anything. It was just straight fade, fade, fade city. You had support here come in from yesterday around this 156. Yeah, it's called about 145.78 level. That went ahead and held the support. So keep an eye on that one if you're trying to trade Apple here to the downside. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla. Tesla, that 180 level, this is something that we had kept an eye on. We played this one short, made some money on it as it couldn't break VWAP and hold. But now we kind of come back and say, hey, this 180 level is one that needs to break. Now, yesterday, I believe it was the 184 area that kept being a nuisance. Yeah, there it is. Pre-market low, broke it, but this 184 bounced from here, bounced from here, bounced from here. And then when it finally cracked, let's go ahead and zoom in where support became resistance. Where's the 184? Where's the 184? Here's the 184. Let's go ahead and mark this puppy right around there. So you can see support, 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 crack, retest. And now that support became resistance, came down, gave you a point and then some, came back, resistance, and then just faded away into the afternoon. So That's what we had on Tesla yesterday. So now we kind of focus in on the same things. You know that 184 should be an area of interest for buyers and sellers. So now let's see. It's kind of in the range for me. It's got a $4 range. If it breaks this one, I'd be interested in going short. If it moves to the upside, I'd be interested in possibly taking it long. But I have a bias to the downside personally. So know that. On AMD, don't really have anything spectacular here. The 73 level is where support came in yesterday on yesterday's low, but you can see right here, if you go ahead and look left, matter of fact, boom, would you look at that? Support, 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 support. How many times can I say support in one stream? I don't know. But the 72.84 area, the 73 area obviously has support. So if you're looking to go short, make sure that you kind of keep that level in mind, and add downside from that should be a flush to the 72s and then the 70s. 7150. So look at that. You've got levels here already. You've got the 72 there, and you've got the 70s there as well. So that's something to keep in mind on AMD. Taking a look at NVIDIA here, similar story where if you look left, you kind of had a little bit of support area. Didn't quite test it yesterday, but again, support's not just a point to the exact penny. It is an area, and you can see you had support come in and rally through there. So if you're looking to go short NVIDIA, you've got the 164.46 to the downside that could help you get some points if you're looking to go short. Amazon, this one was just holding on for dear life around this $92 area. And then after it finally broke, similar story. Look, let's go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. So holding on to support, holding on to support, holding on to support. Then it finally went ahead and cracked at 12, became resistance. I mean, this happens so many times. Support, cracked, resistance, resistance. Came faded away, gave you almost a point. Came back, resistance. And then it just kind of faded away the rest of the way. The low of yesterday is about 90.84. So we can kind of mark that there, see how it wants to behave below that. But I do expect 90 to kind of be another area of support on Amazon. So, and then, of course, above 92, you can possibly get a test of 92.50s, 93s, and then so on, so forth. The Meta looks to break down. We'll check out Meta. Remind me if we don't. But let's go ahead and go to the 15 here on these stocks. 99 bucks is a level to keep an eye on this one. Now, the 100 bucks, I tried to short this one. This is where I took my L in the morning as my first trade. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The 100 held strong as we broke through it and went all the way up to the 101.50s. Eventually, once that 100 broke, you got a straight flush to 50 cents to the downside, and then it just could not get back above. So if you're looking to go short Google, you've got 99 bucks to keep an eye on. As you can see, it had support here 2 days ago as well. If you're looking to go long, I still expect that 100 bucks to kind of be a nuisance, but above that, you can get a 101 and 101.50s is where you had the ultimate stop out area to go long possibly here as well. CRM, this one on Salesforce. What was I looking to do on Salesforce? I can't remember. Can't remember what we did on Salesforce, but it was just fading away yesterday all day. For this one, I don't really have a good trade. Not on my watch list today, taking that one out. On our friend Microsoft, that 150 level that I expected it to hold a little bit for a point, it gave yourself a point right there, but then once it flushed, it came right back down. So another example of, where are we? Here we go. You had support here, bounced up, gave you a point. Then once it broke, it held as resistance, came down. Held as resistance, came down. Held as resistance, came down, finally broke above. So keep an eye on that 250. Y'all know I love my whole numbers. If you've been watching us for even 2 days, you know that. Netflix, this one, we wanted it to play it to the upside of 322. Unfortunately, it just never held. So, tried to go above, couldn't 2 days ago. Yesterday it did, but it just couldn't sustain itself. So that's a strong resistance area. And then eventually it just kind of crapped out to the downside. So if you're looking to play this one short, you can possibly keep an eye on a 310 break to the downside. And then 300 could be where you may want to try to go long on this one for a scalp. But that's what I've got. Let's see on BAC. Oh, excuse me. On BAC, what was the question here? Bank of America to 33 or back to 35? Let's see. Well, Odds wise, I think it's closer to 35. So that's what I'm going to have my money on. What indicator is the red one? I'm glad you asked, since I believe you're new here as well. I'll go ahead and explain that in just a moment. But to answer the question of if I believe it's going to 33 or 35, I genuinely don't know. I can't remember the last time I traded Bank of America, but you may want to keep an eye on 33.43 before 33 as an area of support if you're interested in that one. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Let's see how strong it level was. It just kind of broke down easily on the 35. So I'm not sure. I apologize. I don't really have a good trade thesis on this one for you, and I don't want to just make something up for the sake of making it up. Let's see. So someone asked what my red ones were. So it's a indicator here. It's called a leading EMA cloud on TradingView. So what I'm using here is TradingView. So for my charts, I use TradingView. For my news, I use Benzinga Pro. And then for my executions, I use TradeStation, E-Trade, all of that other good stuff. What is the red one? So let's go ahead and take a look at it. The red is the short of here. Whenever these EMAs are showing a short trend to the downside, that's what it is. Now, what EMAs am I looking at? You can see it right here. You can take a screenshot if you'd like. It's the 5, it's the 13, right? So whenever they're kind of trending to the downside, it'll turn red. Whenever they're trending to the upside, it'll turn green. This is not something I came up with. Ripster on the FinTwit world on Twitter is the one who uses this. So I don't want to pretend like I came up with this. I did not. All right. Now that answered that one. I believe I said I'll look at Oxy and I'll look at Meta as well. Let's check out Oxy first. I know there's been oil news. I don't really keep up with oil, but just simply taking a look at the chart, pre-market low is about 65.50. Just a beautiful fade ever since that previous close went ahead and broke. And this level right here, about $68 to the downside. Let's see. Yeah. I don't really have. Let me go ahead and check out the hourly, see if I can find anything in terms of support levels and whatnot. I'm not sure how I'd play this one either. You can have so you got resistance expected around 67 because you see support here, you see support here, you see support here. So if it wants to crawl back up to 67, you could possibly face a little bit of resistance, but not really sure. And possibly the $65 as a whole number could be a scalping opportunity for maybe 50 cents or so. But I don't trade this ticker quite a bit. So I'm not too familiar with it. MR, yeah, let me take a Meta and then I'll go ahead and take a look at the other one. Meta. Should have just stuck to Facebook, pal. But Meta here, let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of different type of things. All right, there we go. This gives us a look cleaner picture. Remove the drawings. So at the moment, it's kind of just consolidating and basing right around here. So you can see you had this level that was resistance, which held on as support, right? So to me, it's already below that level. If we go ahead and look here, that's kind of the support and resistance areas right there. So this was resistance. It finally broke through. It retested, popped up, support provided. But now in the pre-market, it's already below that. So you can keep an eye on that 121.32 area to possibly have a little bit of resistance to the downside. But if we go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer on it, let's see. Let's go look at the daily here. So obviously it's in a downtrend. That's no secret to anybody. But if you do go ahead and get an opportunity to go this one short off of the rejection of the 121.32s, you can go ahead and possibly go ahead and scale out around the 120s for the whole number test. And then, of course, the 119s, because it looks like you may have some support at 118.79 as you had similar kind of stories. So here it was resistance, which then turned into support. I don't think it's the cleanest, but let's see. Yeah, it's not the cleanest because you have a little bit of a wick on the bottom, but I believe that theory still kind of stands on Meta. Yeah, I think it also did finally fill the gap, yeah. Well, here, so let's take a look at it right there. Boom. You're right. You are absolutely right, which is why on Netflix, if we go back to this one on the daily, I was looking for this gap to be filled, right? There's a 331.25. That's why I wanted to take it long of 322 break. Unfortunately, we did not get it. But yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that he came up with like you're right. The coding, the programming, things like that. Appreciate that, Quantum. Let's see. What else did y'all want me to take a look at? Play. Okay, so I do not do swing trading. I am horrible. I can barely be a profitable trader for year to date on day trading. I do not swing trade. However, that being said, let's see. What is this ticker anyway? Oh, Dave and Buster's. Got it. I personally wouldn't swing this until and unless we kind of broke this area here of at least the 40s, I would say. If we go ahead and break the 40s, sure, you can maybe swing it. But, I mean, if you just kind of take a look at this trend here. Yeah. All right, we're possibly going to go ahead and break it to the downside on this one. So, and unless you meant swing trading it to the downside, I think, yes, you can get a little interesting there. But again, I don't know fundamentals. I don't know when they report earnings. Looks like they actually, looks like they report earnings sometime today after the close. So maybe don't swing trade this one just yet. Not familiar with the stock. Don't know the fundamentals. Don't really swing trade at all. Haven't swung trade in about 18 months, give or take. So it's just not my expertise whatsoever. But if you are looking to have some levels set, $30 could be a solid area to go ahead and have your levels set out there on that one. NVIDIA, we kind of took a look at already, but I'll go over it again. Let's go ahead and lock in on the 15 minutes. So here it is. The 164.46 is an area of support here. And of course, you have a little bit of a gap, I guess. Do you have a gap here? Let's go ahead and put on our gap. No, you have a gap to the downside, not really to the upside. Yeah, so no gap necessarily to be filled there. Let's do that. All right, cool. Yeah, that's what we've got on that one. mRNA. On mRNA, let's see what the you could possibly, it's like $4 away though, but like the 172.31 area, you could have a little bit of support. But I haven't played mRNA ever since COVID situation kind of died down. Wasn't this much lower before? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nope, that's way before. Looks like 120s is the lowest it ever got. 200, 180s. Let's see what this one is. So 190. So to me, it's not in a range. I don't want to say it's in a range just because I don't see levels that I like on this one. But for the past couple of days, though, let's take a look at the daily. Yeah, see, it's just kind of like consolidating between these right here. So in terms of swing trading, it's got to break one of these. It's got to break the 170 or it's got to break the 190. If it breaks the 190, you may get an invitation to 200s. CRM, we already kind of took a look at CRM. It was just a fader all day. You got any stocks you want to go over?
Yeah, I got you, man. I was just letting you finish up there.
All right. Well, CRM, I don't necessarily see anything. We had on our watch list yesterday a break to the upside of the 145s to visit the 148s. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. But just keep an eye on the 133s as I don't see levels there. But it's all you.
All right, let's get into it here. So, of course, an important thing to do is kind of take a look at sector outlook, right? This isn't going to do the best job. I need to get them like kind of overlaying each other. But the big thing here to point out too is, and the reason why they're aligned is that doesn't really matter what the candles are doing. Let's just focus more on the price action, right? So the top one here is the XLV. What's the XLV? So we're talking healthcare, right? And so if you take a look here, you can see that from 22, we've pretty much gone sideways. If anything, we're going towards the highs on industrials. So definitely healthcare. And so if I'm looking for an area that still could be bullish, of course, you can look at some of those healthcare stocks. We've talked about some of those healthcare stocks that have stayed strong. You guys can look at the drug manufacturers, the major ones. They've been doing really great. Johnson & Johnson has been doing really great. I mean, look at the daily chart. Look how that's been just pushing. Lilly has been continued favorite here. Pfizer continuing to go up. So I would look for ones that are lagging, not the leaders, right? The leaders are a little bit tough because they're so extended. Like look at Merck's move since pretty much October. This thing has gone up 25%. And this is a stock that you don't have to worry about going bankrupt anytime soon, right? That's another thing to think about, right? So these are the type of investments that you could have been making during this time where you had a big pullback, and to think about and learn for maybe potentially down the line, the next bear market, right? Because really, I mean, this opportunity has already left us, right? We're not going to say that, this is an opportunity now as the stock has ran significantly from that. But one thing to learn is, okay, so what type of stocks do well in what type of environment? And if you're going to be in this for the long run, 20, 30 years trading, which is what I'm thinking I'm going to be a part of it, well, then I need to understand these moments so that when the next opportunity arises in an environment like this, we know what stocks to look for so that we can be in the right environment, like the right sectors and the right industries to take advantage. So one area that I'll be looking for bullish move is healthcare. Now let's talk about the bearish moves that we can be looking for. One area that I'm going to be looking for bearish moves is the financials. Financials are going to be this one on the bottom right here. So the bottom one right here, you can see how we've had these lifts, and now we're starting to turn around from the price action. And I feel like the financials have gone too far, too fast. And of course, this could be because of the value names. But if we're going to go into a recession, I don't think they're going to be getting many loans, giving many loans, and even getting the demand to come for those loans, right? And so in my eyes, like a JPM today, Morgan Stanley, these look like shorts to me. I'm going to be looking for these. Goldman Sachs already giving up. And so that one's a little bit too far for me. I do like Goldman Sachs, but I feel like it would have to give me a huge bounce up towards like 373 if I want to look for the flush. So what am I going to do also? I'm going to approach the market with mentality here. It's 9:30. We just opened up. I'm going to approach the market where let the sectors tell me what to do. If I see financials going down in this area, then I can short for these banks. If I see healthcare going up, well, I'm going to be looking for those healthcare bullish plays. Let's stay with the rotation so you guys understand my mentality here. Let's get after the market. Sabrina's saying gold right off the back, MD Boyle. We'll take a look at those. Gold, I'll take a look at that. That's going to be mainly if the dollar is getting a hit down. Dollar, I'll take a look at DXY right now. Gold is getting in the little pop there, though. I like the little move right above the resistance towards 1680s. Now I'd look for a pullback into that area. If I'd look at the 1 minute, you just got that pullback right into that area. Let's look to see if this goes to 17. We'll see what happens. That's GOLD. But of course, this is right out the gates. So always, you got to be a little careful when you're playing things right out the gates. Doesn't mean you can't play them. You just got to be tight. Consumer defensives, right? We'll see are getting a little lift right out the gates. That's grocery stores, confectioners. Grocery stores were beaten down yesterday. So look for maybe beaten down names to get a little lift. Look how this Kroger got beaten down. Now it's getting a little bit of lift through that 1 hour resistance. 46.50 is that resistance. It just wicked through there. We'll see if it can make the move up. Kroger's. All right, going to look to see if financials start getting into the red. They're starting to get in the red there. So Morgan Stanley already heading down here. It doesn't look too bad there to start looking for my short. What I'm going to look for now is VWAP fade. And so I needed to break 89 and come back to the VWAP. We'll see if it happens. I'll be looking for Morgan Stanley downside.
All right, Amazon. Were you good? Or
No, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Amazon. I'm short Amazon here at. Oh, that's an ugly fill. What the?
Let me go ahead and get towards my other charts.
Let me go. All right. So I went to go short here at the 91s, but unfortunately I got short. E-Trade gave me a fill of 90.64. So disgusting fill, but I'm in it now. I'm just going to manage the trade. My stop loss is going to be a crack of 91.04s. I'm going to look to take profits around 90.20s, but just awful fill for me. But you guys see the line kind of worked, right? So you had this support, this resistance area, this support that turned into resistance, and you got a smack down, came back above, and then it rejected once again. And I'm going to look to take profits at 90.24 on my Amazon short. So now it's 90.30s, 90.30s coming up, 90.28s are there. Come on, 90.24, come on. That's 90.23. There's 90.20. Where's my fill?
Getting no fills.
Dude, I literally have a cover short here on a limit at 90.24s, and the price went all the way down to the 90.12s, and I didn't get filled. So E-Trade and I are going to have a conversation. This will be a lot of fun.
Yep, it's always fun to kind of give them the when it usually goes really well for you, then no fills, right?
Like literally, it's still.
I've had that, Zunaid. No worries, man. Wash it out, man. Wash it out. Take a second. Wash it out. Focus here. You got this still, man.
And now
I know how it happens though. It gets you frustrated. So take a second. You got this, my friend.
All right, now I went in and got executed. Cool. All right, whatever.
All right. No worries. Let's focus in. Now it's all about doing what you know best, my friend.
Anyway,
trust me. We'll get back to that at the end of the day. We'll bash him a little bit. I'm with you.
Yeah. So now it's kind of in this range. We've established a range in the first 4 minutes of the market, right? About this dollar, if you will, from $91 to $90. If you're short, feel free to go ahead and take some profits here as it's approaching lows of days. But then this crack of 90 should be a lot of fun to the downside. But that's the trade that I just took on Amazon, and you saw it kind of work out. And you also saw the levels that we talked about in pre-market conversations. Here's the level that's holding on Google. 98.98 still hasn't cracked. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla. Ooh, baby, would you look at that? The line. I'm telling you, man, these crayons. They're not anything special. You just gotta look left sometimes.
And basic materials getting some good lift there, team. Oil getting some lift today. Basic materials, gold. We talked about that really early on. Nice little lift in there. Aluminum and silver. So that shows me dollar could be dropping, giving the lift. Ones that you guys can be looking at, maybe like Agee, PAAS. I'll take a look at GOLD there. Yeah, it's right off the VWAP off of 1680s that we talked about it. We'll look at the run to 17. Doesn't look like too bad of a setup there in GOLD today. Like always, you guys make your own investment decisions, but we're always wishing you the best. And that's always with what? Process approach. You guys do what you do. Get at it. AU is another one that I like in gold. It's lagging GOLD. So if you see GOLD do the move, maybe you see the AU lag behind that and get the lift. With MS, I kind of avoided the short because I saw it quickly pop above the VWAP. That's not what we want to see, right? We wanted to reject the VWAP. So I'm trying to be really calm with my trading today and not just overreacting towards the first type of moves. We'll see if MS starts making its move back to the VWAP. Then I can go ahead and look for the short. But right now, it's looking like it wants to get towards 89.70. Going to leave it alone for now. Still got my swing trade on an American Airlines team. We did take some good profit yesterday towards the end of the show, but still got it on as a swing trade. Still looking good. Just going to hold to my level now. Now I don't, after I close and I get a day above that, my level is 13.90. I can maybe risk down to 85, maybe 80, but I won't let it really become even a loser. I'm going to cut it at 13.90 if we get to 13.90 today. But if we can get above the 14.20, above yesterday's high, that's what I really want to see on American Airlines. That's the high of 14.34. And if I do get through that, we're going to be looking good there. Let me share that screen here. I'm sorry about that. I thought I had that one up, but I canceled the other one. So American Airlines here on the daily. We got in there yesterday, 13.90s, right near the bottom of the yesterday's range. We're looking for it to get above yesterday's range. That'll be looking good. Morgan Stanley fighting in the 89.70s. We'll see what happens.
If you're looking to go short on something, by the way, someone in the chat had mentioned SI, so I want to go ahead and bring it back up because you've got calls coming in on SI. The $24 calls coming in on the ask expiring this week, approximately $100,000 worth. So if you like SI here, I think if you can go ahead and get over this 24.50 area or possibly even 24.30s, you could take that one long, but you do have call options coming in to have this one at the 24. So obviously it's an in the money trade and there's a slap right back down. So clearly this one moves wildly. So make sure you manage the trade in terms of quantity and size that you take. But
Definitely. I'll give you comments here from SI. I think it's important
Please.
to understand why it's moving. It'll be at the bottom here. These were comments that they put out in a release to the SEC. So it's all about risk management, and that they took the requiredness to like do their due diligence on FTX because they were part of the FTX scandal. Now they're trying to tell you that, of course, all their money is guaranteed. They use the Secrecy Act and the Patriot Act, which of course acquires for pretty much it's a better accounting process. There's actually regulation behind their stock, right? That's what they're pretty much letting you know, that they're following rules and guidelines there. So they tried to give some certainty to the uncertainty of their company, right? SI had been coming down significantly in the last couple of days. So I could see a little bit of a pushback, maybe a little bit even of a push towards 29. But I don't see too far from there. But we're at 23, right? That doesn't mean that it can't get a little bit of a lift. I'll keep it on watch today. Not really a stock that I like, but price overrides that, right? And it's showing that it has a nice little trend today, has a catalyst. Now it's always up to you. Will this move Silvergate and save the stock? That's what I was asking this morning on pre-market prep. If you guys missed that.
I'll take a short here on Tesla at the 180s as it goes ahead and cracks
MS.
below it. Now we'll go ahead and see if
It's
it wants to behave.
too quick on MS for me, guys. It went from 89.50 to 89.20s in probably about 2 seconds. So it's going down fast. I want to get short here, but I also wanted to come back to 89.40s here, because if I get into 89.20s, then immediately it's back at VWAP. It could stop me out here, but it's looking like it's flushing down. MS looks like some financials getting some flush. Maybe you'll start seeing the SPY head down towards the low. Yeah, very close towards heading down towards the low. We'll see if financials flip from going green to red. That's what I'll be looking for. Healthcare overall is in the red, so that's why I'm not going long on the healthcare names. Energy is holding the green. So if you're looking at oil names holding green, they're looking good right now. CVX, XOM getting some lift today. Oxy getting some lift. We'll see if they're able to hold VWAP pullbacks. Look at that MS, man. I wanted to get that short, but it did this move in like 2 seconds. And then it just hung out at the bottom of the candle. I'll look to see a little pullback.
All right, there's a whole point on the Tesla trade. So that one has profits on it. I'm not going to go ahead and lock in gains just yet. Where am I looking to be greedy? Let me see what my profit taking is here. 178.70s is where I'm looking to lock in some gains right around this area here. And I'll let you know as soon as I go ahead and get filled. We're about 20 cents away. Come on, just flush down. Just flush. But let's see what the market's doing in the meantime. Is it below? Yeah, it's below 400. So look at that. 400 just couldn't quite get above it. I'm going to go ahead and take a shot on a SPY short here. Taking just a couple of contracts for the 399 puts expiring today. Got filled at an average price of 119. I'm going to go ahead and sell one of those at 140 if I can, and then the rest I'm going to go ahead and sell at 175. So that's what I've got on my SPY trade with the shorts.
Yeah, oil could be rejecting off of prior support, and so they are going back to the resistance. We'll see in the next kind of 15 minutes if they reject hard here. I am seeing some rejections, so that's why I'm not long on some oil names, but that's just my mentality in that sector. Of course, you guys determine your own. Thoughts on CRM? Buy. I know it's oversold to the downside, so you could see some bounces, but my only idea is that it's not the area that I would want to be in a day like today.
There's a SPY Kraken. We're up approximately 17% on our puts.
There it goes. Tesla going down now to 178. Remember, guys, we talked about that yesterday, that I think we crack 177. Could be back towards 167. Tesla looking very bearish today, just heading down there. And I don't got any position, but it is getting hit hard. GM getting hit hard. Ford getting hit hard. Even though they put out those EV kind of news, Ford gave a kind of little bull trap move there. Be careful. Lucid now down to $9, man. Woo, should have had that short. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
You have, so on the puts, we went ahead and reached our target. So I sold majority of them at 140. Now the next level for me, I have 175, but that might be a little too much because I think if we go ahead and get to this 398.20s is where I'll sell it. I just don't know what that price would be on the options. Maybe I should get rid of it around 155.
Morgan Stanley, how'd you do it to me, man? Look at this. Look at this.
Thanks.
Pow, man. Oh, that would have been a nice one, man. Just on the flush down. That's how it goes, some team. Another thing is, as you guys clearly see, it's tough being on stream and then looking around because I'm trying to also help with you guys are seeing in the chat. And you can miss moves like this when you're not focusing on the stock. This one did do that cut right back down the VWAP where we could have hit it right here when it cut through the VWAP around 89 50s and 89.45s. That would have been hitting it there, risking off of 69 or 60. And boom, you would have got down through the low. First, I probably would have taken some at 89.20 and then gave it that really whoosh. We'll see if it comes back. Goldman Sachs also coming down lower in that same area. Bank of America coming down. And what happened there? Finances went from up 0.26 to being down 0.3. So another important thing is understanding how the sectors and the industries are moving there. It's not necessarily that I'm calling out Morgan Stanley. I'm calling out the industry and the sector. And that's what actually helps there because you can see it in the other stocks, right? I like to show this so that people understand why I focus so much on sector industry analysis. It's to try to understand when you get moves like this, where it seems like the whole industry is getting cut down. And that gives us a better probability of what? Being into the green, right? Because if we're going into areas where there's 10, 12, 13, 14 different stocks going down, well, if you're betting short on 12 or 14 different stocks, I hope you get one of them right if 14 of them go down, right? That's just the way I think about it. Putting you back up, my friend.
Well, yeah, so you had the SPY trade work out beautifully. I'm going to go ahead and actually share. All right, give me a second here. So, just for transparency purposes, those are my trades that I mentioned to y'all on E-Trade. So you had the short that we went on Tesla. Then we went ahead and covered at the 178.70s. Then we went ahead and bought 2 batches of contracts. I told you guys my average price was about 119. And then we sold our first one at 140s. And then our second one at the 159s. However, unfortunately, or I guess you can see fortunately, however you want to go ahead and witness it, it went way below the intended area that I had on the SPY. So my last batch was like 159 that I sold. Those contracts are now going for $2. So beautiful trade there. Unfortunately, I didn't get all of it, but I don't want to get the whole pie. I don't want to get diabetes. I don't want to be unhealthy. I just want a slice of it. And I was able to get just a slice of the pie to the downside.
Ooh, sounds like the place that I know by my place called Cinnaholics. Oh my God, if you've ever tasted one of those cinnamon rolls.
I have
Good
not.
Lord. I love me a cinnamon roll. And they put, what's that other one, Cinnabon? Yeah, they put them to shame.
Let's see what's going on with Amazon. So Amazon's, didn't mean to do that. Amazon's holding that 90 strong, right? Hasn't really broken that 90. Well, let's go ahead and check out Tesla. Whoo, baby, that 180. So, when the level like 180 holds, but then it finally cracks, this is the type of move you get to the downside. Let's go ahead and check out Microsoft after it breaks so you've got the 250 broken to the downside here on Microsoft as well.
NVIDIA stock's fallen off there today. I just wanted to state that because I know that a lot of people were falling on that trade. Grow Generations, I'd be a little bit careful here after it's trying to fight to get back above 8. But if it flushes through 8 again, I think you might get through that 790s. It's definitely a good stock to look at maybe for both ways. Has momentum on the daily. We'll see what happens.
I was going to say on NVIDIA, you can wait for a retest of this 164.50 area.
I like it to the
and
short
then face
side.
it for the rejection again. Yeah.
I'm short it. Trying to get short it.
Did our lines work on? Yeah, look at that.
Got a little bit there. 8. A little short on Grow Generations here. Got to hang tight here. So what I like about this is that it's pretty tight risk. I can hold off the 810s here. Look for it to break 8. If it does break 8, I think I could get the 790 break, and then we're back into yesterday's lows that could keep cutting down. That's grow generations to the short side. We'll see what happens there.
Yes,
Yes,
got a wick on SPY.
Becca knows Cinnaholic is a vegan cinnamon roll. Yes, it is. Oh, and I'm already getting squeezed out.
Yeah, market with a bounce.
There. I got the squeeze on me, guys. Go generation squeezing me. Squeezing me. That was a quick one. That wasn't even worth the Cinnaholic. At least I kept the risk really tight there, even though I still lost. It's small position there. I was looking for the bigger move, a breakdown from the cannabis stocks, but that one did a little pop on me there. I'm not going to hang around. Even though Tilray and Grow Generation still and CGC today, they're definitely getting hit hard. So I think eventually this turns around, but I'm not going to stick around and battle with it. Look at Tilray there, down towards those lows there. It's down about 30 or 40 cents there today. CGC, that's down too. We'll see if that Grow Generations comes back. But look at that squeeze that it did on me right there. That was a little bit of a squeezy move. That's when it gets tough, because I even tried to get out there at 810 and couldn't get out there at 810. Didn't get out to 815.
I'm going to try a smaller size on Amazon going short here at the $90 puts. Got filled with an average price of 142, waiting for this crack of 90.
That Morgan Stanley one's going to hurt today. That was a big miss.
Come on, crack that 90, baby.
Bank of America continuing lower.
Crack the 90. Nope, wants to bounce from it. No surprise. Oh, on Netflix. Sorry, I was looking at that before I got distracted. On Netflix, I think it was a 313 area. Yeah, 313 area that I liked for a short entry. You can see it kind of bounce back up. So either the crack of 319, when it approaches 313, you can look to go short with a stop loss around 314, or you can wait for the crack of 308s and then maybe visit 306s and 305s. CMCI. Not sure what this ticker is, but you got some flow coming into that one. I don't really like it, so I'm going to move on from it. Come back to Amazon as we anticipate once again the crack of this $90 level. And there is a crack. Ooh, baby. Let's see what those contracts are worth. There we go. We're up 11% on the crack of it. We got in at 142. They're now trading for 164 on the bid. But we're going to be greedy. And if it comes back up, that's okay. That's quite okay. If you guys took the trade, do what you got to do with it. But for me, I'm going to hold on and see if I can get 89.50s on this one. So my first target on this is going to be approximately right here. Excuse me. But you saw, though, how, once it breaks such a level like 90, how it just kind of flushed on down. And now we kind of wait and see if we can go ahead and get 89.50s. If we do, beautiful. If we don't, that's quite okay. Let's see if we want to go short the equity as well. We can go short the equity. Yeah, we'll go short the equity here as well at 89.93 is my fill. 89.93 on Amazon. I'm going to risk about the crack of 90.50 to the upside. And just like that, the contracts that were up 10% are now up only 4.42%. Skitty pop pop. And now they are down. They're now up. They're break even. And that's the beauty of playing weeklies. This is why you want to lock in gains, but I'm a greedy SOB.
I actually like a reversal right now off of Amazon 90. Yeah, kind of like that. If I can get a little pullback here, I'll try to get some Amazon.
Someone talked about Oxy. If Oxy breaks a $67 level, then you can maybe try to approach breaking high a day. But for now, this Amazon trade, beautiful wick. from the
You're short
89.80s.
Amazon?
Yeah, I'm short Amazon on the crack of 90. We're up 10% on our contracts, but I was greedy. But that $90 level has been reclaimed at the moment.
That's
We'll
the
see
life.
if
I'm
yeah,
taking the long.
you've got, let's see what EOG is. Let's see here on EOG.
Yeah, I'm watching the SPY here. We're going to see if we get that 945 reversal to the upside. We did get a candle to kind of look like it did to give that 945 signal. Now it's just going to be if we get a ramp back up. We'll see.
EOG, this is way too far out. I'm not going to go ahead and play it. Never mind. All right, there's a crack of 90 on Amazon. Come on, baby. Stay down there. What's your stop loss on this?
So right underneath it right now, 89.80s, the low.
Got it. So you're going for low day.
76, really. I'm counting on the 80s.
I hear you, pal. All right, we got about 16 seconds before this candle closes. Amazon looking good. Depending on what side you're on, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about just the SPY reversal. The SPY cracks here. You're through. It's giving the wick here. We'll see if we get the recovery. Not, I'll be out. There's 80s right back towards 89. That needs to get above 90s here. The SPY is the main thing, though. Look how the SPY's there towards really close towards that 397 80s right now. It could crack through 397 60s. We'll see if that happens or not. Nice reversal on SMT, says the Crow. Not too bad. Where's the grind guy? I think he's gone, man. Justin says TP on Amazon. Good work on that. Amazon has a gap till 89.40, so it could bounce from there. Keep an eye. All right, not too bad.
I added some more short at 89.92 on this test. So here's my theory. Let's see if it works out. Support, crack, retest. Now let's get this puppy right back down to the 69.60s so we can go ahead and take some more profit. So on the equity side, my average price of a short is 89.92. On the option side of the $90 puts that I purchased, my average price is 145 because I went ahead and added some. So let's see how this trade works out. I have orders in to go ahead and cover some Amazon at 89.60s and 89.52s. Let's see if either of those happen. All right, Amazon, low a day.
Still hanging in here. For some reason, the SPY is just giving me that sign, but it's right on the low too, so the SPY can go at any moment. Very low volume here. Look to see the volume increase in the next probably 60 seconds. There's a cut through on the downside. I'm out of Amazon.
All right, on Amazon, I'll look to take profits at 160s.
At least playing it small today, so at least not too bad on the losses, but still 2 losses to start off.
All right, out Amazon at 162, and then I've got, how many do I have? 2 more contracts left. I'm going to look to take one right here at 168, and now the rest I'm going to hold at break even. And let's see if my 50s. Come on, where's my cover price? Where's my cover price? Oh, 52 is my cover price. I'm just going to go ahead and cover it here if I can.
Still low volume, so I'll look to see if we get the reversals there. So not seeing the real wash down, but definitely still getting hit.
All right, out of Amazon, the equity on the contract size, I only have one left that I'm holding on to. We're up 16%. And now we can see if this 89.50 goes ahead and holds.
Oil catching the bounce, going higher.
For the Amazon trade itself, my stop loss is going to be break even, which is 142. So that's where I've got my stop loss in place, ready to go. And we're up 20% on those contracts. So do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Do. But I believe we can go ahead and see $2 on these, hopefully before we see 141s again. Why are you taking longs below MAs and shorts above? Probabilities are not on your side. Sometimes you can. I can't speak for Mitch. I'll speak for myself. I don't know who that question was directed to, but for me, I care more about the levels than I care about the EMAs. If you've been here a minute, you know that I love the ripstart clouds that I've talked about, but right now I'm not trading that way. I'm solely focused on price points and where I see the action in the stock itself.
I'm more along just I was looking for a reversal there from the 945 kind of lows there. I was looking to see if the SPY is going to get back above the 400s today, but it is cutting through there on the 1 minute. Right now, I'm looking at ConocoPhillips, which is making kind of a VWAP bounce type of move, flag pattern there. Could get in here on 119s or off the VWAP 118.84. I'll take the shot there. Just grabbed a little bit there. Did I even get the fill there?
All right, Amazon now at 182s, up 30% on those contracts.
There we go. Now I got the fill. 118.88 entry there for ConocoPhillips. I'll show you guys that. A little flagging pattern. We'll see if we get back above it.
All right, I'm out at 182.
$182. There you go. Not too bad. Shebang.
Yep. 30%.
How low can Tesla? How low can Tesla get? Angelina is asking. What do you see on Tesla, my friend?
Give me 1 second here. Wait a minute. Sorry. Would you mind taking a look at it? I can.
Yeah, I got you. By all means, no worries. Tesla's just bouncing off that 177 area right now, and so daily levels in that 177 range. You're looking to the left. You already cut through that 177.75, which is Wednesday's low from November 9th, which was 177.12. So I would look for that to kind of see if that's holding as resistance here. If you cut through that, then the next low from there goes down towards 172.50. So you got a little bit of a ways there if you can cut through there, but you are finding a little bit of a bounce there. If you do bounce, VWAP to the upside is around for me at 179.29. Then you'd look for maybe if it rejects that. If you're bearish, if you're bullish, above the 180s would get a little bit stronger on a bounce. We'll see if that happens.
Let's take a look here. What am I looking at? Tesla. So 180 was the biggest level for me. Once that cracked, you obviously saw the bleeding, and we went ahead and played it as well. I think right around here is where you can find minor support, but the main one is about 175 is where I'd expect a bit of a bounce, is the 175. And that's, of course, dependent on the market itself, which is currently to the downside, obviously. But to me, it's the 175 that I'd be keeping an eye on Tesla. I don't know if it'll get there, but if it does, I believe we could find some support there. And just for let me see this. Go ahead and share. Is this the right one? I don't know if this is the right one. Hang on. Yeah, it is. All right. Just sharing the trades again here on the shorts. So you had Amazon that we went ahead and this was a re-ad that I had on Amazon. So you had the ads at the 89.92s and we went ahead and covered at the 60s. Then again, these are the sells that we had on Amazon. And then the last leg that I told you guys only had one contract left, went ahead and sold it at the 182. So typically I like to go ahead and trade on TradeStation so you guys can see it live. Unfortunately, TradeStation said that some of my information was incorrect. So they need to verify a few items from me before I can trade on there again. Do you guys use level 2 to gauge where the wall is? So I take a brief look at it. I really want to become a better trader by continuously keeping an eye on it and reading the level 2s. I do not know how to. Ryan, our buddy Ryan, who usually trades with us, but he had to go ahead and cover for someone else today on the BZ Pro side. He reads the level 2 pretty well. And I know Mitch sometimes takes a look at it. I'm not sure how often, though. Did anyone short Meta? I shorted other stocks and not Meta. But I can take a look at Meta and woo, baby. Look at that bleed. So basically, once it had the gap fill, so here, well, I guess if you really think about it, it didn't truly fill the gap because the gap was right here. So it filled this one, sure, right? But it didn't fill this one. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, when I went ahead and touched this one as resistance, came straight flushing to the downside. Oh, you're welcome, Angelica. Thank you. Or Angelina. Sorry. I'm dyslexic. My apologies. Lost my train of thought. But yeah, as soon as you saw resistance there, you saw a little bit of downside movement. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this one comes down to the 115s to get a little bit of a test there. On Meta. Would not be surprised if we get a little bit of a bounce there.
All right, thinking about cutting this Kanoko if it's breaking 118.50s. It's just not going well for me, guys, today. So if I do get cut out of this Kanoko Phillips, probably just going to wrap it up. Also dealing with some stuff in the background. So if you guys see my attention a little focused. There's the cut right there. I'm not going to hang around. I'm out. Kanoko Phillips. It's not the biggest loss there. In reference, it's about like $40, but it's still a little loss there. I'm just going to go ahead and let it go there. That's 3 strikes. And you guys know my rule. 3 strikes. I play baseball. You're out.
So you're done for the day.
Yes, sir.
It's a good rule to have, man. It's a good rule to have.
Yeah, it just saves you from going too far into the red. Of course, you can't be going too far into the red because there's just no point. At least American Airlines trade, guess what? The swing trade doing better for me than doing the day trade. You guys know how I talk about my swing trading game. We'll see if that one can hang on the day.
Haven't looked at any ES futures. Let's see what we've got. Yep,
SPY, keep going down. Keeps going down. Oil is confused. Yeah, it is. It's having that inverse relationship with the futures. It's always fun. Yes, Chip, you should definitely use level 2, but what you want to be getting even better to know where the walls of the volume are is the full market depth. So you need to be actually paying for that information. So if you want to be looking into what type of tools you can do to look at the full book, you can look at NASDAQ book. That's one of the ones that I've paid for in the past. I sometimes pay for it. I mean, it just varies. Sometimes I pay for the ARCA book, but you can you want to know and understand, like, if you really need that, right? If your game is day trading and it's kind of scalping, well, level 2, like the Crow says, is his main game. That's a big important spot right there, right? And so an understanding of the level 2 can give you an edge. I think it's an important thing to understand. Of course, then you start understanding how algorithmic volume types of work. So figure that out. One more, Mitch. You got this, Keith? No, I got to follow the rules, man. Strike 3, you're out. No stress. It's all good. It's just a red day. Shit happens, man.
On the SPY put, someone said they left too early. Yeah, me and you both. We got in those SPY puts at 119, sold them at 140 and 159 and felt like bosses. And now they're trading for 320. That's a 200% banger that we went ahead and missed out on.
I'll tell you what's the real banger of the day that I missed out on, and I'll say it. This is the stock that I was looking at, right? But I wasn't focused. I was looking around at different stocks, looking around at what's going on in the market, talking about it. Well, missed that opportunity. Look at that Morgan Stanley short. Yeah. I mean, come on. That's what I should have been trading today. That's why it's important, like, to, have the blinders on when you're trading. But doing this show is a little bit difficult. And I'll tell you.
For sure. For sure.
It definitely gives it a lot more. And there's a reason why I don't play with a lot of money here. I have like a bigger account, but I'm not playing with big money. I'm paying with very small money, but giving myself an ability to, day trade, but still losing very small, because at the end of the day right now, what I'm just trying to get towards is to next year. Next year, I plan on going back to a swing trade only, and we'll be more balancing and cutting some stuff out of my portfolio, adding some in my portfolio. And I normally hold for anywhere from 8 to 10 stocks, but I haven't done that all year because why the hell am I going to be holding stocks in this environment? It just doesn't make sense. So I'm waiting for that to start coming back a little bit, but I'm going to start getting back towards that in 23. We'll see if it works out, but definitely Morgan Stanley through the 89 was such a nice level to watch. I was looking for that to cut through, but when we came back through the 60s, I stopped looking for it for a second when it was going up there towards 77, and it cut through here in 2 seconds. And that's just how quickly it is. If you're not paying attention to your stock, you miss it. And that was a major opportunity through that cut through. And look where it's at now, 87.75. So that could have been more than 2 points on the game. And to compare it, right? So compare it to like all my losses on the day today, that would be double my gain on all 3 losses, right? On this. So it would be double the losses for the day. That's what we always got to keep in mind, the risk and return. And also not miss on the execution when you're having that like down pack plan. But it's how it is sometimes. 1 hour chart on RMed. Yeah, I can take a look at that. RMed. Boom, let's take a look. 1 hour chart. Oh, that's a beauty there. The crow with the eyes. My friend, the bow tie is shining. Look at that hour pullback. That one's a pretty one there. So a lot of times I've talked about how these smaller stocks, there's so many traders that just, it's smaller stocks. So they're like, there's no way I can use a 1 hour chart on a smaller stock, right? Well, that's pretty good at right there. That support there is not looking too bad there. If you're watching from the early price action, you're just like, all right, I'm going to draw the support sideways. Look how this stock goes up towards the range of 480s, then comes back down to 380s multiple times, giving you those levels. And the rule of 3 plays into this one, but I'll kind of draw it out a little bit more here for you. Look at this trend line hold today. That's pretty, man. That's a pretty one there, Crow. Shout outs to you, man. That 1 hour chart can help you find those big risk and return opportunities from the lows there. And the best part that I like about using the 1 hour chart on this is that it's going to give you a nice little, you don't have to go for that big shares, right? You don't have to open up a huge risk. You can go with a smaller share size and let the trade work for you and then look for the breakout. You're getting a nice move in it right now. It's going to get towards some resistance here at the 480s. That's why you're getting a little bit of a cut down. Let's go to a shorter time frame. See how it's moving right now, and you can see here how it's fighting the 480s. That's kind of common to see there, and that was just a longer time frame kind of resistance.
So if you're looking at the hourly and charting it out, how would you place your entry?
So you expect a cutback. So how most traders do, like most traders when they're like, let's say like trying to play this like RMed here, they would be looking for the dip below 4 and it's going to go green immediately. No, but if you're looking for the dip down through the 380s out the gates here, let's say at this one actually cut down in the pre-market. So it's a little bit harder. I will say that, getting in pre-market is a little bit harder. Oh no, but right here, so this cut down, it was the pre-market cut. So it cuts down through this 380. You're looking for that cut down through 380. You're actually, when you get here in the morning, let's say 8 a.m. and you saw the stock at 4, you're looking at the 1 hour lows and you're like, come back towards those 1 hour lows. If you come back towards that 1 hour low, I want to take you off that 1 hour low and risk underneath you. So maybe you're taking 380s and you're risking down to this lower wick, which was 360. Maybe it's 20 cent risk, but 20 cent risk here for a move back just to 440s. What is that? That's 60 cents. So 20 cents, 60 cents. That's a 3-to-1 outlook, right? That's not too bad. Look for the breakout. That's 480. 480 from 380. That's a point return for 20 cents. Now you're looking at a 5-to-1 return. That's what we want to be looking for, right? That's not looking too bad. And so what it does is it gives you an ability to look for deeper time frames gives you around some of the volatility. Let's say if there's some manipulation going on because there's some day traders trading it, they'll wash out right to you. Instead of you looking on the 1 minute, seeing a whole bunch of red candles and getting scared, you wait for that pullback on the hourly and you look at the hourly chart and you're like, okay, it's pulling back to 380. I'm going to take it this time. Boom, off of one bottoming action, two bottoming action, three bottoming actions, it should hold around here, right? And so another thing you can be using is the rule of three to be looking for that last timing of that last little pull down so that you're looking to take advantage of it. But that's just what I'll give at least. And what I like about this one is this one was brought to you by Crow in the chat. The Crow. The strategy breakdown of the day, Ahmed. All right, going back to you, Zunaid. What are you looking at in the markets? What do you see, my friend?
Sorry, just answering a Slack message.
Yeah,
Give me a second here.
I got you. No worries. Sydney, let's take a look at healthcare and start seeing if we're getting a nice up move in certain areas. I am seeing healthcare plans starting to get into the green. Taking a look at from the chain from the open to see what has gone up. Healthcare plans is probably the only one. The major ones haven't really gotten too much of a lift, so I'm looking to see if those get the bounce. But they're right off the support. We'll see what happens on those names. Definitely not flushing down. Energy has been battled today. It's gone up and down, so be careful there. Basic materials also. Coal is in the green right now, so Santa's coming. But aluminum is fighting right now. We'll see what happens on that one. That one got hit hard yesterday. It's making its way back, Alcoa. We'll see if it can make its way back to 49. That one's not looking too bad on the VWAP right now. Steel is up. Where you're down is gold and silver. So I think that those kind of gave up on those trades. I could take a look at GOLD to see if that was holding, but that kind of came down to 1650. So be careful there. Basic materials.
All right. On the market side of things, obviously you got to bleed out from the 398 to the downside. Main thing that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Actually, I'm kind of done for the day, but if there was anything good that came about, I would be interested in it, such as Netflix at 300. If we got that flush later today, I'd be interested in playing that. But going back to Amazon, since that was one of our big trades today, you had the break of 90. That was the biggest thing. If you look left, right, the 90 just kept on holding. Where is it? Sorry, not the 90. It was the 90.83s, excuse me. 90.83s was the first level that we were looking for it to break. And when it finally did, we went short. And remember, we added here. We added here on the retest so that support turned into resistance. And then you got a beautiful flush down. We took profits around 50 and then 90. We didn't make it all the way down here, but man, oh man, would that have been pretty if we did. Matter of fact, let me just have a little bit of FOMO and see where those contracts are for Amazon. We sold our last batch at 192, and now they're at $2 on the ask. Should be $2 on the bid now. And obviously there were more when they were down here. But taking a look at the market in terms of, let's just take a look at Tesla to see where it can find support. I said 175. Looks like it dipped to 36 cents above that, off that 175, and gave you a couple of points. So I wouldn't have been in that trade even if I tried to take it. But at least you can kind of get an understanding of whole numbers, the 75s, the 80s, the zeros, the 5s, and, different things like that. Let's go and actually take a look randomly at Carvana and see what's happening there, as that one's just been flushing. Man, I really, really wish, because I'm in the market for a new car since 2020. I really do think I'm going to pull the trigger. So it depends. I've got a gig that's coming up, hopefully in January. If I get that gig, I probably will postpone my car purchase. But if I don't get that gig, then I'll probably buy it sometime this year, in this month or something like that. But if anyone has any experience in buying cars at auctions and stuff like that, feel free to DM me and let me know, because that's
the big thing
I'm looking to go.
Yeah, the big thing is if you didn't do auctions, you want someone that has that license, right? So that you can get
so I've got a buddy of mine that has a license, and he's been doing it for years and years.
Hell yeah. That's what you want to go. It's not a bad way. Definitely, The big thing is also like maybe bringing a mechanic to check out the car.
Yeah, so he's got like his own mechanic that he takes it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Checks
that's
it
how
out.
you do it, bro.
Get an EV, screw the oil. Man, look, The only thing with EVs,
Nah,
dude.
man. Get yourself a gas guzzler.
I had a wedding that I went to in Houston, and we went to the wedding. It was like an hour drive outside of Houston. Then on the way back, right, I had a rental because I don't live in Houston. Got back home fine. My cousins came home 45 minutes after me, and we left at the same time. And I was like, what happened? And they're like, oh, we had to charge our Tesla. So they had to make a pit stop somewhere, wait in line to charge their Tesla. And it's like, come on, you know?
That doesn't sound like a good idea, man.
Yeah. And my condo doesn't have a charging station or whatever. So like, I'm not trying to deal with that.
Yeah, it's a little much, man. I hear you.
Yeah. But anyway, let's see what we've got here.
Ooh, this one's interesting. Macy's looks like it's trying to break through some support, but I don't really trade Macy's. Technology down big, man. It's not looking bueno today.
If you guys are looking for a re-entry of shorts and you feel like you've missed the rally, or not the rally, but the movement to the downside, possibly this is not an A1 setup or an A+ setup. If Apple comes back to the 145s, you could take a look at Apple and see if you want to go short there. But again, it's not an A+ setup. The move, in my opinion, has kind of already happened. The good move. And now it's kind of like the risk reward just isn't necessarily there. I mean, we took 3 shorts today. We took SPY short on the break of this one on this 398s, paid out beautifully. We took the Tesla short on this break of 180, played out beautifully. And then of course you had Amazon on the break of 90.83, and that paid out very, very beautiful. Take a look at auto prices before you go. Yeah, I agree 100%. My friend is actually looking to buy a car as well, and she's looking at like an Audi and stuff, and I'm like, let me just rock with like a Honda. I'll be Gucci. So it should be a fun experience, and an expensive experience as well.
Can you say hear me? Hear me? You know what's been falling that I forgot, I'll doubt myself on this one because I should have told you, Junaid, was solar. Solar is not looking good at all. Those came down fast today. EMPH was one that I should definitely brought up, but just wasn't thinking about it towards the open. But that one definitely down big today, down about 6.5%. You got some solar just falling off the tape here. Even SEDG fell off. First Solar has been like kind of the leader. Look to see if that can get back into the green. That one's trying. It's actually up from the open, but majority of these, and to put it in perspective, pretty much all of them except one is in the green, other than First Solar. So just to give it in perspective, there's definitely solar falling off the tape.
Yeah, good insight there.
Yeah, I mean, we always want to catch these rotations away, right? Well, it looks like there's definitely a pullback as of late. Now, the real question is, will we get a rip back in the SPY? Because if it keeps coming down, I'll tell you right now, we're looking like we're coming towards 395. We closed towards 395 today. It is red light back on, guys. We're back into the red zone. It's not looking bueno. We wanted to hold 400, and I was looking to see if maybe we'd get to 400 recovery today. We are not getting that 400 recovery. Ain't no sunshine when she comes.
Hold on. What did Quantum say? Car auctions. I used to think you could get an Audi for $1,000, but you can get a couple of thousand off retail at best unless you're willing. Oh, yeah. No, for me, I'm expecting to save approximately 5 to 10%. Basically, I'm looking to have the taxes paid for by getting it at an auction. You know what I mean? So like if I'm looking at, I don't know, let's say like a $30,000 car, I'm expecting to save $2-3 grand.
I also, I mean, shit, man, you can go the used route and try to lowball people.
Yeah, but you know,
to tell you the truth, that actually works if you show up with cash.
Yeah, and that's another thing is like
if you're doing a cash deal and you show up to a lot of people that are struggling, it sounds bad, but you can get them for lower. Maybe cut it down, $2,000-3,000. That makes a big difference, right?
No.
cut off a couple thousand. It'd just be a way to go around like the auction way, right? I mean, I've sold a car cheaper. I mean, just because I wanted to get it sold, and sometimes it's like that, especially right now when there's not that many people buying vehicles. You could find somebody that's just been struggling to sell their car, and they're like getting to the point where they're getting desperate. So what you want to be doing is even looking up like on like used car like places and searching what is the oldest car that's still selling. So that means that it's been on the market for like 6 months, and they're like, dude, I'm trying to get rid of this car. I don't want to be paying the monthly payment on this car anymore. Well, then you can find them a little bit cheaper. Yeah. Especially if maybe they got stuck in a bad deal right now with some, higher interest rate, and then they realize, crap, I can't pay this. Just giving that perspective in the negative to find the positive, right? Because you could find the positive by it being right for you. So,
no, for sure.
Man arrested for throwing an egg at King Charles. He will never see the light again, says the Crow. Yikes. Yeah, I wouldn't throw an egg at King Charles, man. That doesn't sound like a smart idea.
Yikes.
Honda Civic. I see Zunaid with a Honda Civic.
I mean, the Honda Civic is the first ones that I was looking at back in 2020, but then obviously COVID happened, so then I stopped.
Carvana, yeah, they're desperate, but they actually they overprice their vehicles though, so you have to like maybe trade one into them to get the little like credit advantage they give you. That's when I think it makes sense for Carvana, because their cars are pretty overpriced.
Yeah,
if you look at them like online, I feel like they're overpriced, but I mean maybe that's just me. When I looked at them when I was going to buy a car from Carvana way back in the day, that was about like what 2-3 years ago. I ended up getting my car straight from Toyota, but
you went to the dealership themselves?
Yeah, I just went straight to Toyota. My RAV4.
All right, I'll be right back.
I like the RAV though. It does the job. All right, I'll take a look at some charts there. I'll put Zunaid in the background. Zunaid, when you come back, just put yourself up. No worries. I'm going to keep battling through. Where are you guys out there? Mitch is right. Retail sellers get better deals on the seller side. You would be supersized how much you can mark up prices for your deal, your details, your cars before you sell. Yeah, surprised. Yeah, definitely. You gotta go ahead and try to get as much as you can. But hey, it's how it is. Computer apps leading the way on the EVs. Oh, computer apps. Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you think about EVs, you think like the technology inside needs to be super advanced. I wouldn't see like EVs looking like, let's say like the old Prius or something, like where it looks like not even like futuristic. It has to look almost futuristic, I think. Let's go towards some stocks out there. I'll take a look at if we're going to bottom around here around 1030. We do have two lows around the same area, 395.99 and 396.02. So we could finally be getting a little bit of balancing there in the SPY. I'll show you guys that right there on the 15 minutes. You guys can see that. Two lows around the same area. We'll see if those hold. That doesn't really confirm anything, but looking to see if we're going to get some pop back in some stocks. Let's take a look at Apple, see how that's going right now. You can see how that's been coming down all morning long. Now starting to find a little bit of balance. We'll see if it starts coming back. But pretty much all sectors into the red from the open. Energy just slightly up about 0.18. We'll see what happens there. Technology leading the downside. Healthcare in the red. Financial services in the red. We're finally getting a bounce back there on some stocks like Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley went down towards 87.21. That's going to be a miss there, about 1.8 points there. Could have definitely nailed that one, but hey, time to let it go, and we'll just keep looking for another stock to see where we get bounces in the market. Wonder how that SI continued doing on the day. Silvergate Capital, that one kind of washed right back down there. I kind of had a feeling that, it wouldn't be able to hold there, but it's been a nice day. We'll see if it kind of recovers here. SI trying to come back here. Of course, we talked about what they gave. They gave some comments to the SEC, but it looks like it rejected right around the prior resistance where you get that wick towards 24.44. That's resistance from yesterday's action. We'll see what happens now. Does it come back and take out the pre-market low? RAV4 is an excellent platform. The trunk is massive. It always holds more than you think. That is 100% 5 ceilings. I've actually done 2 moves across country. One with kind of like a trailer, one without even a trailer. And I fit so much stuff in the trunk that the whole car that I couldn't even imagine. But yeah, it's not too bad of a car. New car dealerships have year-end closeout big discounts. Yeah, that's probably when you want to be getting them. You can go for like the 22. It's still brand spanking new, right? And versus a 23, and try to get a deal before the prices. But like always, right now it's a battle in the dealerships. It's just hard to even find the vehicles that you want with the options you want. So right now it's definitely a battle, and the interest rates are very high. So it's tough to go into a dealership right now and get a vehicle. SPY now down to 396.11. Will we hold that low that we talked about just a short while ago? The low is around 396, right on the dot there. Can it hold on the 15-minute? All right, taking a look at what other stocks are making moves. You guys throw up one that you guys see. Nice trade plus an 11 handle. And Signet. I know Signet Signet had some good earnings there. We can take a look. Dang, man, I missed that one covering it in pre-market prep. That's my fault. I had it on the list. We just didn't get to it. But Signet Jeweler is definitely taking a nice little lift. Value play, right? Getting some push there. I mean, it's a jewelry play, though. I don't know how much I believe in it, but it is getting a big push. It's up 20% on the day, 8% from the open. Had a big push out, pulled back towards the support. Support was around 67.10, held there for a second, back up towards 70.25. Not a bad one. Let's take a look at what could be moving on sympathy of this. So you got TRP in the same sector. So I'm going to give you what's in the industry there. TPR. Tapestry getting a little lift. We'll see if that can make another push here. 1 minute was trying to push there from the open, pushed up a significant amount. We'll look to see if it can make some type of recovery there. MOV is the other one, right? MOV, Movado, right? Let's take a look at Movado. How's that doing today? Not much action in the volume there, so I kind of avoid that. Let's take a look. Fossil. Fossil likes to move sometimes. There you go. We'll look to see if Fossil can get moving off of the Signet move. Look at the daily on Fossil. Doesn't look too bad off the 450s. Nice support area. We'll see what happens there. Not a bad one, actually, to think about maybe a swing trade off 440s. I'm going to leave it alone right now because I'm still in that American Airlines one, but who knows? Maybe I take a swing on Fossil to the upside. Really does not look too bad with Signet getting a nice little lift today. Fossil Group. Not a bad stock there. All right, going to keep going. Can you take a look at comps, please? I want to hear your opinion on it. You got it, Jose. That's what it's all about here. We'll take a look. All right, COMS. All right, this is a really cheap stock, man. So normally we don't cover this cheap, but we try not to shy away from any stock here. But I just try to remind that so people don't get too excited about this type of stock just because it's dangerous, right? One thing that I always point to whenever I see a cheap stock like this, it's underneath $1. I look for pops to the dollar. Has it done it before? Yes, it has done it here. It did it from 50 cents all the way up there, got close to the dollar and couldn't get through it to 96 cents, rejected. Now lately, you've had this nice little pop there to the 17 cents. Now you're trying to get that next recovery. You still haven't gotten through that 17 cents. So in my eyes, I think you need to get it through there. I don't like playing stocks for like, let's say 4 or 5 cents. So if that's your method there, well, then I can't blame you on that outlook. But for right now, it is a tough trade there. One of the things is this is going to be making big moves, even though it doesn't look like big moves. It's big moves percentage-wise. So you can get caught in a name like this if you put too big of size. We'll see what happens there. If it does get back above 17, right now it needs to get back above that 17 to stay in that bullish sense. If it cracks definitely 11 cents, that's where I'd get a little bit worried. It looks like it's coming right back down if it cracks 11 cents. That's just pull back here. We'll see what happens there on comps. All right, oil going to retest lows. We'll see what happens. I mean, oil looks like to me it's on the pullback and could keep coming back down. Of course, XOM did do a nice little bounce there towards 107. now rejecting that move right back down there towards the 105s. We'll look to see if it'll cut down through 105.50s. One area that I was going to take a look at is drip. Drip looks good off the hourly low there, and it's already making its move back towards 14. Look at the hourly low here on drip, pulled back to 1360s, looking for a move back towards 1420s. Doesn't look too bad right now. It did get the lift in the last kind of 5 minutes, pushing up there towards 14, and that's drip on the pull. Of course, that's a bearish outlook on oil. What's up? What's up, man? You back?
Oh man, getting exhausted, tired.
Exhausted. It's 10:30.
I know.
The life we live, man. The life we live.
It's the weather, man. It's like rainy, gloomy. It's
Right?
got me feeling sleepy out here.
Right? We got to go out, do some workout. Get the lift. Get the iron going.
Yeah.
How's that iron life, man?
I need to get a physical, so figure that out actually.
The iron gym shutting you down for a little bit.
Yeah. But I'm going to go ahead and head out about 10, 15 minutes just so I can get ready for the interview that we're going to do later on today. So just got to prep for that. But let's see what else we've got going on. You've got the new lows on SPY that went ahead and cracked to the downside here. So let's see if that ends up. Again, to me, I would not be surprised if we go ahead and visit this 395s.
All right. So what do we got coming up?
We're going to go ahead and have an interview with a company that we've been reporting a few things on already, but we wanted to go ahead and get a little bit more insight. So we're going to have a conversation with the CEO of ticker BRTX. Right. So it should be a fun one. It's it's a bio trade. So if you're interested in that, definitely stick around. They had a couple of news that they went ahead and released yesterday and today as well, where they kind of had exclusive rights for intellectual property related to the development that they're working on and different things like that. So should be interesting. It's to treat chronic lumbar disc disease, which I'm not actually too familiar with. So it's just going to be good to kind of get some more insights on what's going on in that industry. Isn't Lori Lightfoot your mayor? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to actually... Man, look, I'm a point and click type of guy. All right. I invest in stocks. I trade stocks, not retail or not real estate. So for me, I'm just going to click some stuff. You know what I mean? I'll just be like, hey, man, I like this one. Let's click it. Let's buy it. Let's take it to the inspection. It looks good. Cool. Done. You know?
Test drive, says Sabrina.
Yeah, for sure.
Get some test drives.
Yeah, for sure. I plan on kind of going to a couple of dealerships because, you know, a couple of my buddies own it, this, that, the other. And so I'm just going to see what's what, see if I like it, and then go from there.
Yeah, SPY now towards the 395s, cutting through that 396. We're going to look to see if we were going to get a double bottom there. Still not getting it. The 15 minutes are slowing down. You can see the candles are getting smaller and smaller. This is one thing to keep in mind as you're starting to see this 15 minutes getting smaller. We'll look to see if we get another, what we call an expansion candle. What would be an expansion? Well, the trend right now is smaller candles on the 15-minute, right? If you can get a candle to be actually bigger than the recent candle, that should show you more expansion to the downside. We'll see if we get that or if we start getting the reversal sign on the 15-minute.
All right, SPY back above the 396 just momentarily.
Yeah, it's been just doing this little kind of like, oh, I want to get back, up, step back, up. Step back, up, step back. So we'll see if we actually get that step back or not. Definitely getting hit hard today. Everything in the red from the open now, energy included. So there you guys see it. And when everything drags, well, it's kind of really hard, right? I'll go to the SPY to see what is up on the day, but probably won't be too much here. I can go through some names. Estee Lauder is not having the worst day. It's starting to recover there. You can look for a 237 move on Estee Lauder. That's EL. So just pointing out some kind of S&P 500 stocks that are doing okay. You got Lumen up today. That's Lumen Technologies getting a little bit of a breakout there. So if you're looking for a stock that is pushing and cheap, this is a $5 stock. Lumen Technologies, LUMN. We'll see if that one can keep pushing. NUE, so a steel stock showing up here. But we'll see if this can actually hold. It's already on a deep pullback. 15-minute has it holding here, but we'll see if it comes back towards 154. And T up today. That's AT&T. So that's not looking too bad there. You can look to see if they have a dividend that's coming into play. Sometimes that happens with AT&T. What I like about the AT&T move is at least on the 5-minute, it does look like a nice little pullback here towards 19. We'll see if that holds 1890s and comes back up through 19. But that's AT&T here. We'll see if that can hold. There's a couple of other names. There's some PLD. You got ADM, Target up today. That's not the worst there. The biggest stock is actually Textron, TXT, but this is actually getting a move down. This is an aerospace and defense stock that I have never heard of before. So sometimes you just got to find some new stocks. This is Textron, and this is actually up big on the daily, but pulling back big on the hourly. We'll look to see if 74 holds.
Yeah, and what a move to the downside on the market. You love it, as we are now
Expansion.
much lower. So let's this is a 5-minute, right? Let's just go to the minute chart. Let's review it. We talked about this 389, and then I'm going to head out after this to get ready. But we talked about this 398 being support, and it cracked, came back above though. But when it went ahead and cracked again, right, couldn't really find enough buyers to push it back up. But so you took a stop loss here, right? Let's say you took a stop loss here of about 50 cents. Now you came back above, you shorted again, and you got your 50 cents. And then you went ahead and obviously, you always want to have different, or not always, but it depends on how you trade. But what I'm saying is you went ahead and add your resistance, turn into support, and then your support then turn into resistance. So because you saw it crack here, came back, tested, couldn't break it, to the downside we went. Then you went ahead and found support here at the 396. 396, you got a bounce, crack, came back again, misled you, came back, retested it, couldn't break it, and then rejected straight down. So like you really got to keep an eye on how and again, the higher time frames you look at, the less likely you are to get faking out. You still can, but it's a little bit less likely. So wait for the 5-minute candle to close, and it did here on the 398s. And what a flush we got to the 396s. Same thing. You got the flush, retest, nothing. Came right back down to the downside. Now let's see what happens at 395, because it already tried to bounce a little bit there, but here's 395 approaching. And so many stocks are kind of weak. You've got AMD, NVIDIA, Amazon that we went ahead and personally traded. Still should have kept on to those SPY puts that I had, man. We bought them at 142, and now they're going for $4. So a miss. I didn't mismanage it. My profit targets reached, and I didn't have enough contracts to where I could just leave one trailer. That's on me. And instant gratification, this, that, the other, whatever. But, ooh, baby, there is the crack of 395. It should come back up here a little bit because it flushed through a little bit too quickly. But let's see if my commentary is going to be right or not. But I believe it right here. So this is a level here. I think it'll come back above 395. There you go. So it flushed down a little too quick. And then now it's going to try to find some buyers, sellers, see how it's going to play out here around this area. But let's see what else is there. Netflix, we talked about the $300 level. It's slowly getting there. Slowly getting there. And then if someone had asked about Netflix a while back, and we said, hey, this 308, because I think this is when, I can't remember his or her name, but one asked when it was around like 9:45, and we said, hey, look, it's already put in a low of 308. So wait for that 308 crack to go low a day, and then you can go ahead and get into the trade. And there you go. Low a day cracked. To the downside we came.
Bouncing off this 395 area, we'll see if we actually do recover there. It's just been a ugly day here. And it seems to me like there might be some rebalancing going on as people took their profits, rebalanced their portfolios. Of course, we're talking money managers, bigger institutions. I think that's what could be going on here. But like always, we won't have the answer. It's just more along just talk that's out there. Technology definitely coming down big today. Everything coming down big today. And that's not going to help, right? This is not what we wanted to see if you're a bull out there. So us bulls out there, or if you're in that camp, it ain't looking bueno on this crack. We'll see if we get a recovery towards the end of the day. But if we crack 395, I talked about it early on pre-market prep. Cracking 395 would definitely get me back into the bear shoes. And it's looking like it, guys, unfortunately.
All right, I'm going to go get ready for the interview, Mitch. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, pal.
All right, there you go. See you in a little bit there. I'm going to keep going through here. We'll get towards some different outlook there. Tesla, double bottom. You can take a look at Tesla. See how that's doing there. Tesla is now down to 176.05. We'll see if that can bounce back towards 177.75. But we can go through some sector outlook there. I'm going to go ahead and put my other charts up so that we can do a little sector outlook and flow through the damage that's out there, because it is some pretty hard damage right now. Tesla is trying to bottom there around the 176. We'll see if it does bottom and comes back, but it's not looking good right now. All right, let's go to some stocks. Let's take a look there. What's getting the beat down? Of course, let's take another look at what's getting hit the hardest on the downside. It's technology, right? Where is it in the industries? Well, I'll take a look there. Solar is leading the downturn there. We talked about how those names were getting hit hard. First Solar, it still hasn't gotten hit hard, so maybe this one actually plays catch up and starts coming down here. We'll see what happens there. That's definitely a leader. JKS, SEDG falling off, SunPower falling off, EMPH falling off today. So you guys can see here, that's down, Sol down, Array down. It's a lot of stocks getting hit hard in solar. Internet content getting hit hard also. Software application also, of course. These are stocks that were strong, probably starting to turn around. How's our Unity doing today? Perfect example right here is a Unity stock, right? So stock that was doing really strong, now starting to pull back is Unity. I'm sure Kathy's in a world of pain today. We'll take a look there. Yeah, it's looking like it wants to crack through 34.92s. You could get some new lows on ARC, but we'll see what happens there. There's only 2 stocks up out of all the stocks there. Unity leading the downside action. Coin now down to 42.86. I really don't understand why people like Coinbase as an investment, but that's my own opinion, guys. You guys can have your own opinion also. Roku down there towards 5.96% on the day, definitely taking a hard hit. Shop down to 39. This one was starting to come back up, not being able to hold. I'm going to look for it to hold back here towards around 37.40, then come back up through 40, and that's why I might take my shot on it. But it is on the pullback. Square pulling back again here, not wanting to hold. PayPal, new lows. Got to be careful out there, team. Consumer cyclical getting hit hard. Auto manufacturers, leisure even getting hit hard today. Still up on my American Airlines, but it ain't big. It ain't big by any means. I'm up about 416. Of course, I've talked about this. I got 390s, so it's not looking too bad. At least we were able to hold the 14 pullback today. So I'm still looking really good in that swing trade. Going to just keep holding that swing trade. And this shows me more and more how I need to go back towards my swing trading life. And that's what I'm going to be doing coming soon. So I'm excited for 2023 as we get back towards just swing trading and not going to be doing day trading. Day trading, what it does for me is that, at least from the patterns that I look at, it's not consistent enough for me to say that I could make a ton of money on it. And so unless I would start maybe doing some pairs trading and then trying to go for some more in market neutral outlook, maybe I can do that. But for me, definitely swing trading is where it's at, where I can make better risk to reward judgments and have a tendency of being more in the green. So I'm going to keep working on that. We'll see what happens on this American Airlines. Like I talked about earlier today, a close above yesterday's high is what we're looking to see. And that's a close above this area here, right? If it can get back above 1430 on the day, I'll be feeling really good. Let's take a look at UAL. UAL is another one you guys can be watching for it to continue. DAL, these are ones that I'm looking at. ULCC, also getting a little bit of a lift. Frontier, we'll see if these can continue pushing. Just going to watch. Also Jets, right? We talked about Jets. Jets ETF, not looking too bad. We'll see if that can push. It's definitely a red day, though. It's not looking great. And we'll see if we actually get some rebound. It's still trying to get off of that 396 area, but haven't really gotten that nice push off of that. We'll see if it actually can turn back around. Meta, one that I thought had gone a little bit too far, and I didn't really like it, but it filled the gap there all the way to the upside, now making a hard downside action move. Anybody got short on Meta today, power to you guys on that one. That was a nice little cut down through the support, and the pre-market already was leaking there. They'd bounce back above the 120s, then got flushed down there, now towards 114 as Meta takes a beating. MD, that's what's up. All right, we'll see what else is going out there. Definitely, it's been a hard beatdown in a lot of stocks here. Airbnb down bad. Just falling off the wagon here today as a lot of stocks are down. Even the stocks that were strong, right? Honeywell is one I was going to take a look at. That's probably pulled back there. GE even pulled back there. There you guys see it. It was up actually in the pre-market, was getting the lift, came all the way back to 85. We'll see if these can make their comeback. LMT pulling back there. Even defensive stocks are not being able to hold right now. We talked about the grocery stores earlier. This is one area that I would maybe look for a nice little bounce there. Kroger setting up for a nice little move. I like this one. I'm not going to take another trade, but I do like this little setup here. You can see that kind of pattern here. It's starting to kind of get right back towards that 46.50s. Could make a move towards 46.60s and 75s. It's not big risk to return, but you guys can understand the trade there. This doesn't look too bad. Netflix being mentioned. Let's take a look. Netflix looks like it's trying to come back there. Did do a big pullback. Remember, this had already taken a nice little leap forward. I'll look for 300 to hold the pullbacks and then come back towards the highs, but Netflix pulling back right now. Drip in the drip. The drip looked really nice on the hourly. We talked about it earlier, that pullback to 1356, 1359. It even pulled back there towards 1350 there, giving you that opportunity. And then it's all the way back towards 14. We'll see if it gets back towards 1438, maybe even 1450 on the day is potential. We'll see what happens there. It's crazy to think, but AMC is down to $7, team. It's down to $7 and could keep coming down. It's not the best looking chart by any means. And if you're seeing these come right back down, GameStop's another one that could start breaking through major lows here. You guys can see this on the daily. Look at all these lows that are bunching up here on GME. It's looking like it's starting to crack, and it's going to be hard to hang on there. If it starts to crack here going towards 24, could get right back down there towards these lows of 21.89. We'll see what happens there on GME. You can see it also on the weekly. Look how this is very tight. This doesn't look good there for GME, especially the battle there for GameStop. Let's see if they battle it back, but not looking good right now. Carvana down another 6%. Yeah, I don't know if Carvana is going to be able to hold on. Veryu, not a bad one. We were watching that one. It was starting to make its comeback. That it's trying to make its day two move. Yeah, it's trying to make its day two move. Doesn't look too bad. But you see, this is the problem with Veryu that I find, is that Veryu has a tendency of doing these huge volatility moves, where the stock yesterday went all the way up there towards 622. That's a 16, almost 18, 17% move, right? So if you pull back, but you pull back all the way 15% after a 17% move up, that is pretty volatile there. But we'll see what happens there. Easy said we're out of the Signet. Signet was a nice little push. We'll see. Can't blame you for taking that 70 area. Not a bad chart there. As you guys see, the dailies go right towards the highs. That wasn't a bad one there. Good outlook there. Easy. Way to nail that one. Right towards those daily highs. Not a bad area to take some profit. There you go, my friend. All right. Burry's still in it from what I see. Burry. Michael Burry. He was talking positive about the China stocks. Those look like they're starting to come back today after a quick pullback. You could take a look here on the hourly. Man, these are so hard to trade, but Baba did do an hourly pullback towards 90, now back up towards 91.45. We'll look to see if it gets towards 92 and 93 on the day. Unity, we'll see if it takes another step lower. It's a tough day out there. Riot, what's up with the Riot? I remember when people were so big on Marathon Digitals. It's now $5 stock, 567, and not looking like it wants to hold on. These stocks coming down. I remember when people hit me. Team, can you believe it that the bots and all the people in like the mining industry, they hit me so hard on my Twitter when I called the Hut short from 14, and that was up here, team. They hit me so hard. I still remember. I got to find that Twitter comment there. I put a comment. I was just like, I'm not against this area, but I'm short Hut for the turnaround through the 10. And I didn't hold it that long, right? I held it towards $10. But man, everyone was so mad about the Hut. Now it's down to $1, and it never went back towards that 14. That just goes to show me sometimes it's okay to also call some stocks short and just hold on to that bad boy, because there's some that just keep leaking, especially when you go into like a bear market following that. Wasn't a bad one there. Had some good times with Mara on the upside, I'm sure. That thing was a beast when it was, but sometimes the beast gets laid to rest. All right, Tesla has been a beast. Now keeps coming down here. We'll see if it keeps cracking through the lows. Doesn't look good right now on the 5-minute. Next level to watch, 175.80s. If it breaks through there, we could be right back down there towards the low on the day of 175.33. Workhorse, no longer a workhorse. I remember when I called this stock from 3 and it went up to like 30. Look where it's at now, team. Doesn't look bueno. Eventually, the stock could maybe do something, but I'll tell you right now, this is one of those that could have been something. Just, I think, poorly run in the long run. Workhorse had great opportunities, just probably never really had the product to get it done. PTRA struggling also. Proterra, SPAC struggling. Could get through the $5 today. Be careful there. SoFi now down to 435. This is why I've been a little bit careful with SoFi, and I'm glad that I called a little bit of a warning here, warning sign when it was at the $14 and $15 area. But this has just continued down. And why did I call the warning on SoFi? Is because I've been stuck in one of these, right? Like Genie. Genie's been down for a while. You guys know it. I've made it very public that this is one of my bags. We'll see what happens there in Genie. At least it doesn't look as bad, but think about it. I mean, it's done the same thing that kind of you see it on the SoFi chart, right? That little fall off on the chart. Got to be careful in times like that. All right, it's 10:56 here. In a little bit, we'll be joined by my man Junaid as he gets into an interview. We do got an interview coming up. Biorestorative therapeutics, I think, therapies. So we'll get that on. Lance will be joining us. That's BRTX. Stick around, team. We got an interview coming up. All right, and later today on Stock Market Movers, I'll have Tom Nick as I'll be looking at Wedbush Securities. So I'll have a Wedbush security analyst on today. Don't miss it, guys. Nikic. All right, SoFi still down there. SPY, we're gonna bounce. What's up? I don't see it right now, team. It doesn't look like anything that I want to be a part of. It looks like this just continued, just leak and leak and leak. Doesn't look bueno right now, team. All right, how do the SQQQs look? Because that's the kind of day that it's looking like, team. Look at the SQQQ today, and look at it in the last couple of days. Really starting to come back here. Not a bad little move there. SQQQ, if you're able to nail that kind of day trade style trade there. GE falling off today. Let's look at DE, see if that's falling off. It still hasn't broken the daily support. The DE is still strong, man. I know that some people think this is coming back fast, but it's still being able to hang on there. CAR, PCAR. That's hanging on for a little bit there. We'll see if that breaks support. That's the 103 area. Doesn't look too bad there. Heavy construction, machinery, and farm. Farm and heavy construction. Not too bad of area to keep watch. Railroads. What have those been doing? Those are pulling back. Doesn't look bueno today at all. Maybe coal stocks, steel stocks continuing on their strength on the day. NUE, Steel Dynamics. Yeah, those don't look too bad. X not looking too bad right now off the VBAP. We'll see if that gets back through the 27. What's up, man?
Nothing, just trading. The minis.
Trading in the background. You know how that one works.
Well, here's the beauty of it, right? You can just place your trades, go trim a little, right? Got to make sure I need to get a haircut in like 3 days, but just trim the facial hair and all that stuff. But I want to quickly talk about the support turning to resistance. So
let's do it.
Since I can't trade on TradeStation from this portal here, today I went ahead and, traded on the other one, but just wanted to point it out where it's like, hey, look, you had support here at this 39.6425. You can see it kind of tried to poke above, couldn't quite do it. So I went ahead and entered short around this area here with a stop loss right above these wicks. And then target number one for me is actually just got filled. So target number one for me just went ahead and approached. So right here, I'm out already. And my second target is going to be kind of low a day to see if it wants to bounce again from the 39.50s. But the reason I go ahead and bring all this up is because, again, you had support, end up being resistance. And the 5-minute candle never closed above. So I'm sure if you go ahead and take a look at the SPY, you'll see a similar story, right? Support, crack, can't get above. Had enough of it. And to the downside, we come here so far. We're about 30 cents away, 40 cents away from revisiting the 395 level on the SPY. What's that doing to the other tickers? Now, you have SPY looking to make new lows. And of course, Amazon may join it right over here as well. So once again, you kind of had, hey, resistance here, pop down, resistance stayed the same at around the 89.40s. And then it continues its movement to the downside. Interestingly enough, Netflix hasn't quite reached the $300 level. But if we go and take a look at the other stocks that are weak, like your Teslas, they're kind of looking to consolidate right here. So if you're interested in going short, you kind of got to wait for this level here to break. I would just say the 75. So let's go to move this puppy down right here. If that 175 breaks, I think you can go ahead and go short on this one. Again, you don't want to get a retest of 180, but if you do, that could be a solid risk reward area. But for now, getting quite a bit of consolidation right around this area. But yeah, that rejection of the 396 playing out really, really well. And that's all this is. Like, I don't have any indicators. I don't have any EMAs or anything like that. Typically, I do trade with those to help me stay in the trade. But today, just wanted to keep it nice and clean. And so we're strictly trading off of the 5-minute candles here today.
All right. What's going on, guys? Just taking a look to see if we'll turn around and running through some lovely emails. You know the life, guys. Let's see what else is going out there. IAM. Look at the IAM.
There you go.
Look, I don't even know what the hell the IAM is.
IAM is, interestingly enough, what we use on the Benzinga side of things. But in terms of tickers, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm letting it go there. Just looking around to see what's out there.
Maybe they meant IWM? I don't know.
Summit Therapeutics. Not looking too bad there. On this one, a couple highs there. Looks like a little bit of a nice little upslope here. We'll see if it rejects the high. That's the 150 breakout. Doesn't look too bad right now. Overall, I mean, at least just battling there. It was a tough day. Definitely missed the trade of the day on Morgan Stanley. I mean, we ain't even going to talk about that, but this is just atrocious to miss. But hey, it's how it happens sometimes, and you just got to be ready towards what you're looking towards. That's why it's so important to be ready to execute, right? And not being distracted by the noise of maybe other traders or other things going on. So just always focusing on what your plan is definitely important, and how you don't miss out on those moves. Vert Financial getting hit hard there. We'll see what happens. SI still getting hit. Ooh, trying to hang on there, SI. I feel like there's enough volume in here where it could potentially get another run through 23, but I would look for 23 to get strong there on SI. That one doesn't look too bad overall, but we'll look to see if it can come back. Look at the 15-minute here. I wouldn't try to play it until it really gets strong, like gives you like a kind of a really breakout style candle going up here towards 23, but we'll see if that even ends up happening. I'm still overall bearish on SI, but they did give some comments this morning that could get some traders back in. Steel, aluminum, green. Yeah, we talked about those. Those didn't look that bad at all. Definitely Steel Dynamics was a pretty good one there. China stocks, those aren't looking too bad. PDD, let's take a look. PDD is recovering on the day. JD recovering on the day, but those are just really hard trades. AZO, AutoZone that came out this morning, wasn't moving off the earnings. It got really hit hard on the downside there. We'll see what happens. Best Buy, ooh, it's hanging on by a thread. Could eventually go though.
Yeah, and the futures are just trying to figure out how they want to go ahead and play it.
What looks interesting, Five Below looks like it's trying to crack below. I know that seems like a joke, but it is true. I mean, look at it. Looks like it got that daily gap up towards that upside, right? If it cracks towards this little daily gap, that's a pretty good daily gap there to see on Five below it. We'll see if it get down towards the 176. Not a bad chart to look at. Still holding the support right now, but could let it go.
Oh,
XPEV. 1180s. Doesn't look too bad on XPEV. China stocks, man. Those are the hardest. If XPEV goes, maybe LI gets that lift out of this symmetrical triangle. You guys can see that. It's kind of trying to build there. We'll look to see if we break out of this symmetrical triangle. There you guys see it. And another thing to kind of state there is if you go towards the hourly, it looks more like a trend like this. So if you can get the break above that trend line, maybe 23, that can give you that breakout. We'll see if it happens or not.
All right, let's see, man. So, I mean, thankfully we went ahead and took our targets on the first one. We haven't met target number 2, so I still have one contract remaining to see if we go ahead and test the 39.52s on the micro E-minis. As SPY is looking to bounce back up without testing the 395, I believe. That's fine. Do you. But we'll see if we'll see if it can get over the 39.65s on the E-minis and 396 on the actual SPY itself. And I can just feel my iron low. I can just feel it. Just low. Let's see what else we've got going on. Oh, Spain plays right now, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they do, man. I feel sorry for the Japan one, man. That sucked.
They had it. And then unfortunately, sorry.
Croatia. LI trying to make that move through the 23 that we just talked about. Looks good there, but I'm leaving it alone. I'm not going to get into some China trade right now, but you guys can check it out if you guys like it. XPEV is another one you want to see maybe take the lift there. So we'll see if we get that next step up. And NIO, right? Could be lagging also, giving you that breakout look. I look for all three of them. Sometimes I put them even up on the same chart.
Let's see.
I'm leaving American Airlines alone.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll just leave that one to work, man. There's no point in me messing with that one. But it does look good here up towards 1420s. And just going to let it work. Let the trade work. See what happens. BYD. That's a China one, right? China EVs. Oh, no, there's Boyd Gaming. This looks like a little bit of a toppy pullback, but it could be pulling back towards this trend line, right? So
Can you imagine if Spain got knocked out, bro?
I don't see them getting knocked out, but they didn't play that great early on. But they have such a good balanced team that I don't see them getting knocked out. But
Well, it's tied up at 1-0, and if this goes to PK, dude,
what timing is it in? I mean, I
51
can't
from
look
what
right
I
now.
understand.
I mean, there's still a lot though.
Oh, for sure. But they,
Yeah, you still got to go to extra times. Extra times, a lot of people score just because people get tired.
yeah, they get
Just like
aggressive.
I mean, you just get tired, bro. Like you've been playing for 100-something minutes. You've been running. Some of these guys have probably run like 7 miles throughout the game. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah.
You run a
I wonder what
marathon
the
and now
odds
they're
were
like,
coming into this.
let's
Now
make it
I'm
a little bit
curious.
longer. Hey, glad you found us today, Mike. Well, I think you're new to the show. It's good to definitely have you, man. Definitely hit
Hey,
the
pleasure.
subscribe button, the like button. But like most, come back tomorrow. Catch us. That's what it's all about. Actually, tomorrow we got the future of crypto. Don't miss it, team. We will be not on tomorrow, Mike. So normally we're on Monday through Thursday. Just want to give you that outlook, Mike, so you don't miss us too much tomorrow. But definitely be back. Next week, we'll be back to kind of regular scheduling. We got some events that coming into play this week, but just wanted to give you that shout out for everyone to understand that we will be down tomorrow. Don't hit the future of crypto too much. But I'll tell you what, you can always reach out to Zunaid or I, because we're kind of degenerates.
sure.
We'll be trading anyways.
Yeah, I might if I can figure out my streaming setup on Twitch or something, maybe I'll pop up a stream and show you guys how I lose money so you can make money. But
Yeah,
should be a
definitely.
fun event up in New York for sure. We actually rang the bell today, so
There you
that
go.
was really cool.
All right, we'll see what's going on. One that I was thinking about, maybe I was like, dang, I want to short Win Resorts. Why? Because I'm like, man, is there really that much gaming going on right now? I mean, is there really? I don't think this move that we've recently gotten in Win, I think this is overdone, but I thought it was overdone at 80, so that's why I haven't really gotten short. I've been looking for kind of a real like hard action move to show me a little bit of a first down cut and then come back up to get short. We'll see what happens. When Las Vegas Sands is very similar stock to me and my mentality there. Those have been really strong lately. We'll see if they turn around.
Yeah. All right, let's see here.
All right, we'll be wrapping up soon here. Let me take a look at SPY, and then of course we got another interview for you guys that's coming up with Zunaid. SPY, it's trying to hold the 395. I don't know if it's going to be able to, but it's trying. Nice little bottoming reversal style on Apple here from the 144s. I like that level, but I'm not taking any of it. It just looks interesting there as it's reversing back up.
And SPY's coming back up. Let's see what my contracts are worth at the moment. They should be close to break even. We're up about, what is that? So my average price is 64.50 on the short. So we're up about 3 points.
Not too bad. Gary J talking about New York City. Yeah, if you live in New York City, come out to the future of crypto, Gary. Reach out to me, man. Look out for you. You're always on here. Maybe I can hook you up, my friend. Reach out to me. Definitely smash the like button. Let's keep going, team. We'll see you guys like always. Stick around. We got another interview for you guys coming up. Zunaid will be getting into that in just about a minute or two as we get started into that. We'll see if the SPY can come back, get towards the VWAP. That's going to be the first step, right? 397. We'll get you back towards like if we're like just roaring back here on the SPY. What is kind of levels that you'd be looking at, Zunaid?
I'm trying to figure out the text part of things. Give me if you could.
No
carry
worries.
on
I'll
here.
take a look. I'll call my level. I'm looking for maybe if we could recover 397 back towards 398s. That's going to be looking at least better than what we had, right? That flush down could have been a flush down washout towards the 395, then recovering back towards 398 on the day. We'll see what happens there. It's definitely a tough one. All right, battling here. We're going to take a look there to see if Amazon can start coming back there from the 89 spot. This actually doesn't look too bad for another reversal style play, but just going to stick around and wait to see what happens. Tesla now back to VWAP. That one looked like it got back up there towards 177.80s. We'll look to see if that one's holding there.
I'm gonna show your charts here. You're muted.
Mute trick. Thank you on that one. VWAP rejection off the Visa right there. That's not too bad. Rejection right back down there. That doesn't look good there. Square doesn't look the best there either. But that's going to do it for me. I'm going to step into the background. We'll see what happens on the SPY. The battle is on, team. You guys know it. We'll see what happens. Now I'll take my charts down. I'm going to throw up another background as we get out of live trading and get towards some Zunaid action here. He'll take lead. I'm going to throw up the banner for you guys, and you go ahead, announce who you're interviewing, and take lead, my friend. You got it.
All right. Thank you so much. And you guys know I love these interviews, especially when we get to talk to executives, the CEOs, and you kind of get to have your questions in the chat answered here live on stream. So make sure that you're active in the chat. If you have any questions, we'll get them answered. So without any further ado, I want to go ahead and introduce Lance Allstat, who is the CEO, and let's go and bring him on here, who is the CEO of Biorestorative Therapies, ticker BRTX. Lance, how are you?
I'm great. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning to you as well. Well, Sarah,
where you are.
Yeah, it depends on where you are. Still morning for me just yet. But Lance, you've got a lot going on with your company. But, before we get into the special announcements that you've made in the past 48 hours, if you could just explain it to me like I'm five and my viewers, what is it that your company does?
So we're a cell-based therapy company. We're traded on the NASDAQ, as you mentioned, BRTX. And we have two programs. Both of these programs are in multi-billion-dollar market opportunities. One is in musculoskeletal health. And our first program is really designed around chronic degenerative disc disease. So helping people with lower back pain caused by degenerative disc disease. And everyone at some point during their life is going to experience it. We're addressing a market that's as large as 25 million people around the world. And the alternatives are terrible. It's the opioids that people are taking. 100,000 people a year are dying from opioid addiction, which is a really big problem in our country specifically. And the other alternative is a large, invasive, traumatic surgical procedure. So we have a single, minimally invasive stem cell-based injection into the nucleus of your disc that is a tremendous, economically efficient, and we're in the process right now of validating this technology from a safety perspective as well as from an efficacy perspective. So we hope through our trial, through our phase 2 clinical trial under the auspices of the FDA, that we will show an improvement in functionality and a reduction in pain.
Yeah, I mean, I know for, having family members that have dealt with lumbar issues and different things like that, I don't know if it was disc related or not. Either way, the pain isn't fun. It also limits you from activities from your everyday life and different things like that. So it's not fun to deal with.
The other program that we have, rather the other platform that we have with multiple indications, is our brown fat program. And that's that really addresses metabolic disease. So it's an off-the-shelf allogeneic stem cell-based product using brown fat tissue that we isolate the cells from, and we use it in connection with metabolic disease such as obesity. Huge market, huge problem here in the US as well as the rest of the world. Type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and polycystic ovarian cancer, PCOS, which we just announced this morning. We received a government-related grant to pursue that indication. So we're really excited about that as well.
Raz, I see your question in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and ask that here momentarily, but let's kind of get to, so I'm going to get to yesterday's announcement, right? Where you were granted exclusive rights for the IP related to development and the commercialization of the BRTX 100, which, as you talked about earlier, this program to treat lumbar disc disease. When would it be available, do you think, for folks to go ahead and, buy and get those treatments ready to go and use themselves? Like, what's that timeline look like?
Great question. And for today, we're really focused around the implementation of our clinical trial. So we're regulated under the FDA. We have a phase 2, and then hopefully, if successful, we'll go to a phase 3. So we intend to enroll our patients from our trial, 99 patients, all within this year and next year. And then there's a 1-year follow-up where the data will be unblinded. From there, we have a variety of different options as to how we pursue commercialization. Will we need to go through a phase 3 or a pivotal trial? Will we be granted some acceleration by the FDA as a result of successful outcomes? We really don't know what the actual commercialization date is because we're regulated by the FDA and them granting us this license. But for now, we're focused on a successful phase 2 study, and we have a really important data coming out the first quarter of next year on the safety of those patients that have been dosed. So a really important milestone for the company, and I believe a huge inflection, value-enhancing inflection point for the company in that first quarter.
I appreciate
the good news is we're fully funded. We're fully funded in order to reach those milestones. So we're very confident that we're going to be able to do this.
And speaking of funds, today, I believe you had the announcement of you receiving the SBIR Phase 1 grant, right? How does that benefit you, especially with what you're looking to do with the pipelines and the phases that you're going through right now?
Sure. Well, it's a great question. And I will just tell you, this is our second grant that we've received, which validates the approach that we're taking and the technology that we've invented and that we've been prosecuting. So we're really excited about it. It provides us obviously with non-dilutive financing in order to explore this indication. Shareholders, you typically love that. We love that.
I was going to say, that's the first thing I kind of popped out to me is like, okay, that's key.
This is a key announcement. This is one of our most valuable announcements between yesterday and today. Things just sort of hitting all cylinders, which we appreciate you guys taking notice of it. But I just want to touch base going back from yesterday's announcement. The key behind that exclusivity that we have will be that when we finish our phase 2 trial and we unblind our data, if that data is good, which we expect that it will be because of prior literature and prior experiments that we've done, if that data is really strong, we expect that we will have a very good conversation with a strategic partner to come in and work with us in terms of a phase 3 or a milestone-related licensing agreement. And if we control the commercial rights of that data through this exclusivity agreement that we now have, that conversation can now take place. Prior to that, there's no large strategic that wants to work with a company like us to the extent that we don't control the commercial rights of that product.
Yeah, I mean, having that exclusive rights is absolutely key, because if they want to get in this business, which you already kind of mentioned, the market cap of the concern of the health issues surrounding it, they've got to kind of team up with you or else sit on the sidelines.
That's exactly right. And from their perspective, these large, orthopedic companies, they kind of view this as the holy grail. This is the product that's going to kind of close that chasm of opportunity between the opioid crisis and the surgical intervention.
Yeah. One question that I see in the chat that I wanted to ask about is, I know we talked about, hey, it's down the line in terms of when the average American can possibly go ahead and get this treatment. But do you believe that your treatment is going to be covered by Medicare? Any insight on that at all?
We absolutely believe that it will be covered by insurance. We absolutely believe that the economic efficiency of our product being a single injection into the nucleus of the disc with very strong data behind it will be a superior outcome relative to surgical intervention. Surgical intervention, the price of those procedures can be up to $180,000, $200,000 per procedure. And the revision rates are unacceptably high, up to 20-25%. So on the other end of the spectrum, we have the pharmacological solutions, the opioids. And if we can eliminate 100,000 people a year in the US from dying of opioid addiction, then I think the insurance companies will find that our product is economically efficient and effective, and they will get behind it from a payer perspective.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I mean, those are high prices. So having that type of coverage covered should be good.
We expect that we'll be able to charge somewhere around $20,000 or $25,000 for each injection. And it's a single shot. Remember, we're not doing this over every 6 months like someone would receive a shot of an epidural or a steroid or a shot of PRP. We're not doing that. This is fixing the disc. This is remodeling and rehancing the extracellular matrix of the disc, as opposed to just treating the symptoms of pain or loss of function.
You're getting to the root of it.
Going inside. We're getting to the root of it. We're taking the best that the body has to offer. We're bringing it to our labs. We're supercharging it effectively. And then we're reintroducing it back into a part of the body that the body can't do on its own because of that harsh environment of the disc and all of the other avascular zones of the body. The other really important aspect is this product, if proven effective, is going to be used in all the other avascular zones of the body. That means the hips, the knees, the shoulders, the extremities, every place where you can't remodel that circulation or that enhancement of vascularity and oxygen. So we think this is a tremendous platform application that's going to be used in multiple indications. And obviously you go from spine to the rest of the body, and all of a sudden your patient population goes from 25 million to up to 100 million. So we're really excited about this opportunity. And we believe, based on, like I said earlier, prior human experience and animal studies, that this is going to be the most successful autologous mesenchymal stem cell trial out there today.
I appreciate the insight on that. And I may have missed this one when I was doing my research for the interview, but are you able to tell us the amount for the non-diluted grant funding that you received?
We haven't talked about that, but there's a specific amount that once you're in the first round of it, you get X, and then the second, it almost quadruples. So, this is the second grant that we've received, not specifically for this indication, but, for the company with this STTR. And it really just shows the validity, I think, of our technology, of our company, of the approach that we're taking. And we're, again, any non-dilutive financing is super exciting. And look, it's not going to carry us to the to putting product in humans with this grant, but next year we'll be in the queue for a second grant related to this indication, and we expect that and that will happen.
Yeah, I mean it's a checkpoint, right? In a race, you got to go through the labs and you got to get through the thing.
Brown fat is an important part of our value ecosystem for our company. It's a very well-established scientific discovery, and we are on the forefront of developing it. And I think the government and others now, strategics especially, are starting to realize the value in our capabilities.
Yeah. You mentioned the government. Shannon from our chat has a question. Are you listed on the clinical trials government website yet for the DDD?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That trial, yes.
Thank you for that. Now, you announced something yesterday. You announced something today as well. Two great things that are happening in your company. Anything else that could possibly be going in the pipeline that you're able to talk about on I know you've got laws. I know you've got rules, but I have to ask.
Well, I think it's a good question. I'm not going to answer the question with the details that everyone would expect me, but I would just tell you that I think that we're in an environment right now for the company that it's a catalyst-rich environment for us right now, given where we are in our and some of the expansion opportunities that we're looking at within our pipeline. So with the projected growth of our R&D pipeline and the acceleration of our brown fat program and findings that we will have from the safety component of our phase 2 clinical trial next quarter, in the first quarter for lumbar disc degeneration, I think that we anticipate a very strong level of momentum that will extend through 2023.
Yeah. Definitely sounds interesting to me. Now, before I let you go, I do want to kind of give the floor to you in terms of, was there anything that you were hoping to talk about, any topics, any discussions that I didn't get a chance to ask that you want to make sure our viewers at home kind of know about?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. Look, I mean, we're attacking one of the most prevalent issues in our society today with chronic lumbar disc disease, and we're doing it in such a unique way that makes so much sense just from an intuitive standpoint. We are, like I said earlier, we're taking the best that the body has to offer, and we're supercharging it and reintroducing it back into your body because your body itself can't do the work. So it's so intuitive, and all of the key opinion leaders within our country at the large hospital systems are coming on board and getting really excited about this prospect. And they're saying, "Where were you 20 years ago when I first started my career?
Yeah.
I would have loved to have a product like this." There are a lot of people that are out there that are taking stem cells and they're spinning it in a centrifuge and reintroducing it back into the patients, and they really don't know what they're doing and what they're putting inside of these patients. And in a way, some of these patients are doing well because we've proven that mesenchymal stem cells will work in avascular zones. But what we're doing is taking it to another level. We're doing it under the auspices of the FDA. We're doing it in a highly regulated fashion with a specific quantitative release criteria of 40 million cells that are going into this disc space. And we're super confident and super optimistic about what these results will look like. So, but it's science and we need to validate it, and we're staying the course and we're doing our part. Anyone that tells you it's a no-brainer, walk away from that person immediately. It's a hard business and we're really excited about the prospects, and so far so good. So let's keep this momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, even in our audience, you have someone who wants to be a part of the trial. So folks are definitely interested in what you guys are doing.
Well, we appreciate you taking notice of it, as
Of
others
course.
have, and giving us the opportunity to come on board and talk a little bit about some of these highlights that are occurring at the moment and into next year.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you for joining us. That is Lance Allstat, Biorestorative Therapies, ticker BRTX, and the CEO that's heading things up over there. Thank you so much, Lance. Appreciate you hanging out.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye now.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. I mean, it really, look, I'm not obviously involved in the bio space, but it's a tough business, and it looks like they're doing all the right things and hitting all the right checkpoints to make sure that they go ahead and get the funding to help with that, to make sure that they go ahead and do everything the right way, to make sure the FDA's rules and regulations and all those things are being followed. So as always, do your own due diligence. Hopefully you liked the answers that you heard today. Perhaps you didn't. Make your own judgment, do your own due diligence, do your own research, and decide where you should put your hard-earned money, if anywhere, in the markets right now. But I know Mitch is in the back. Looks like AB is going to come on down in just a moment as well. Let's see what the markets themselves are doing. Let's go ahead and here. Let me go ahead and pull up a couple of things.
Don't want the bottom right now.
I'm okay with that. But it's also just kind of consolidating, in my opinion,
That it has. I'll put up the SPY here. So AB working out some things. He'll be on in just a couple seconds here. I'm pretty sure he's getting ready. But the SPY coming back here towards 395.76. We've been seeing multiple bounces off the 395 and then cutting right back above on the 5-minute. Now we'll actually look to see if we can make our way back towards the VWAP. I mean, it's just tough right now, guys. Yeah. Especially if you were thinking towards the bullish side today. You didn't find much. Let's just say that much. If you think about it, there's a couple stocks up on the day, like Estee Lauder. We talked about that one. That one's not looking too bad. It's EL. You can see how that's pushing. That's not looking too bad. Nucor Steel, not looking too bad. This cheaper one, Lumen, didn't do too bad. EXC. This is one I don't know too much. This is the utilities diversified play that's up today. PLD is a REIT. So you can see here, not the obvious play. Archer Daniel Midland. This one doesn't look too bad. It is good bouncing. It's on a bearish pattern on the daily, but on the intraday, on the bullish move, we'll see if it can recover 91.50s here and actually push back towards 92.
You've got the market looking to bounce up, and you got some call options coming in. The biggest ones was I don't know if I mentioned, but it was VFC. VF Corp that went ahead and had 5 million on the ask, transacted at 37.50 calls, expiring, however, in 2024 January. So way out there, more than 2 years, excuse me, more than a year away, not 2 years. So way out there though.
Yeah, this company got hit hard. This is the company that represents, I think, Timberland and another major company. I forgot.
Yeah,
I think it's Timberland and one more company. I forgot.
I gotta hop
need to
on the
look it
squawk
up.
though. Sorry, I gotta hop
Yeah.
on the squawk.
No,
so I
no,
can
go ahead,
and take
bro.
care of that. But pleasure. I'll see you all on Monday, and if I stream, you guys can follow me on Twitter. Maybe we can catch up there. But see ya.
Have a good one, man. Zunaid's out of here. We're going to start wrapping up. We're going to bring you, of course, Benzinga Live. AB getting ready in the background. We'll be right towards that. Let me take down the banner here. Put myself full screen. Set up Benzinga Live here. We're going to get it going. Branding up. AB, you let me know when you're ready. Give me the big old fabulous thumbs up. He's ready. And let's get it started. What's up, my friend?
Yeah,
Take over.
What is up, Money Mitch? How you doing today?
I'll tell you what, my friend. Remember we were doing that competition account thing?
Yeah, I don't think I did terrible on that. I just didn't, I don't know, didn't win. And
Don't worry. I didn't do that great either. All my trades came into fruition now when the market finally turns. I was betting on the downturn in oil, betting on the downturn in some financials, betting on the downturn in some of the technology stocks. As you can see, took a little while, and that's how it can be in this market. It's a rough one out there, so I'll leave you. Looks like it's a red light warning, but you do your thing, man. I'll be back for Stock Market Movers.
Hell yeah, everyone smash the like for Money Mitch. Smash the like for those live trading guys. Always a pleasure. Always hard job to follow up those guys. How am I supposed to live up to that? But welcome to Benzinga Live. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Unfortunately, today is the last Benzinga Live episode of the week, so we're going to make it count. David Green will not be joining us this week, unfortunately, but we have an exciting guest coming up in about 25 minutes. We are going to be talking to Solidify, a cool crypto company, and see kind of what they're seeing from the fallout of the FTX. What does Alex, the CEO, see next for the industry? Excited about that conversation. Other than that, we've got a few headlines of the day that I wanted to talk about. GameStop laying people off. We'll talk about that when we come back. We will talk about Meta getting crushed on the day. We'll talk about Tesla as well. I did get into some Tesla puts yesterday that performed nicely as the day went on yesterday into the close. And then today, Tesla stock ended up moving lower. I ended up trimming that position. Essentially, I took all the money that I put in back out. I had 5 total contracts. We can go through in details about the trade, but basically I had 5 total contracts of Tesla puts, sold 2 of them today for essentially what I bought all of the 5 contracts for. So I'm basically holding on to the 3 Tesla puts for free right now. And right now it looks like I should have sold them an hour ago or whatever, and I'd be up more money. But I'm going to hold them just throughout the week, because if something happens, if something, breaks, if, whatever, if Tesla's down another 5% tomorrow, I'll be kicking myself for not holding on to at least a couple of them. So that's what I'm going with Tesla right now. Zunaid needs to go to a live auction. We can get Zunaid to a live auction. That might make a good YouTube video, too. That'll be a new YouTube series. We send Zunaid to just different live events and film him interacting with people there. All right, guys, but let's roll that intro. When we come back, we'll talk about a few of those headlines, a few of those top stocks. Smash the like if you have not already. Again, unfortunately, last episode of the week. Let's make it count.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojasek from Trend Spider. We have breaking news.
All right, again, so quick rundown of the show. Here in about 20 minutes, Alex McCurry from Solidity will be joining us. We're going to be talking about, FTX fallout, what's going on in the crypto industry. Of course, Benzinga, we're starting our crypto event this week in New York. Be there or be square. We'll drop the link in the chat for tickets to that as well. Let's go ahead and get my Benzinga Pro pulled up, and we'll start with just a few different stocks. Let's start with GameStop. All right. I know, right? We used to on the show essentially check in on GameStop every single day because we used to have at least a few people in the chat every day that were asking about the stock. We've seen that interest die off a lot. And if you look at the stock chart, it makes sense why, right? Stock ain't been doing much. It's just been in this range. It's been in this range of about $20 to it spiked up to 35 one day, but really, for all intents and purposes, a range of about 20 to 30, and it's just been trading in between 20 and 30 for a while. Now, a lot of times when you have a stock trading like that, you have consolidation, you're due for a break to either side. I have not been keeping up with every, aspect of GameStop's story to this point. It had a very good story going, into COVID, right? That people were it was way undervalued. And that's why you had people like Michael Burry coming in and scooping up shares at $3, $4. There was true deep value in GameStop stock. If you literally just looked at its like real estate holdings and you said their business was worthless and you just looked at like the buildings they owned or the properties or whatever, like it made sense in a valuation standpoint. So that story made sense. The short squeeze story made sense to an extent in the sense that the short squeeze obviously helped explain how the stock went up from, $10 to 30 to 30 to 50 to 200. Although, and I was critical of this at the time, the whole, David versus Goliath, it's us versus them, small guys against the big bad banks was all a great sentiment. And I think at the time, a lot of people got swept up with, but it was never really true. Even if you look at it now, the people that made the most money on GameStop were all hedge funds and big players in the investment space. And most retail investors ended up losing money on the trade. So the whole idea of the little guy, someone wrote, it was actually from it's a kind of a competitor, I guess, from Quartz, wrote a really good article about it at the time. And basically just the idea that, unfettered options trading is the, small guy. It was almost like a lot of the same sentiment that was with the Occupy Wall Street movement of 08, 09. Or 2010 or whenever that was. But instead of, Occupy Wall Street and screw these banks, let's, try to make it so that people have more of a living wage and people have health care, and these kind of more, like social program ideas that were accompanied with Occupy Wall Street. It was essentially the same mindset, but instead, let's us make the money instead of you guys. And it just, I don't think that in terms of when there will, and hopefully there will be a more balance of power in terms of money and influence in the United States at some point, but I don't think that's going to come because the small guys get, rich through options. I don't think that's going to be the uprising of, common people finally getting the fair share is going to be through. I could be wrong. Again, that part of the story was great at the time, and it was a good sentiment. The little guy versus the big guy, David versus Goliath. It just, in hindsight, in reality, has not ended up being true. In fact, it's the opposite. And right now, I don't know about the story from GameStop from here on out. I wouldn't want to go short this. Not at all. Not ever. You've seen what happens going short a name like this. I think the fact that it's even trading up here right now. I mean, look at where this stock was trading at for not just right before COVID, but for a long, all right, hold on, I gotta fix this chart. For a long time before COVID, right? This was a $1.50 stock in 2020. It was a $1.80 stock in 2019. It was a $3 stock in 2019. It was a $4.30 stock in 2018. In 2017, it was a $5 stock. So, the fact that this is trading at $25 now is a little bit... It's definitely still here. Let's look at it on a weekly chart, or maybe even a monthly chart. like you can still see how overextended this got compared to the average. So like right here is like the average it was trading at, $8.68 over the last 20 years. And now it's at 24. And I don't think GameStop as a business is in a better position than it was in 2010 when probably like 50% of the video games on the market, and I'm just making numbers up, so don't anyone be like, oh, Aaron, you're so wrong. But my point to this is still going to stand. At this point, in 2010, say 50% of the video games on the market were bought at GameStop. Now that's like 10%. Like the increase of just buying games straight from your console, from PlayStation, from Xbox, direct onto your console, or if you have a PC, straight from Steam. Like GameStop, as it's existed in the past, is going to cease to exist to be like the go-to hub for games. Shelly, I just said I'm not going short this stock. Also, I mean, I'm just, giving my opinion. Like, I don't think GameStop, as someone who shopped at GameStop my whole life growing up, as someone who bought a video game as recently as last week, I actually feel pretty confidently saying like GameStop of the past is over. When we've talked a lot about it, right? Ryan, Cowen, the chewification, like where the company can go from here. My thing is I just haven't been that convinced on any of them. Like there's been a lot of different ideas, things thrown out. And to me, the fact that like one of the things the company rolled with is this like NFT blockchain part of its business is just to me more of like a not that that's a red flag for a company, just when it's not in the company's like wheelhouse and they decide to do that and then try and make it look like a more, big part of their business. Kind of like Playboy did the same thing. Like I think Playboy, stock is tough. And we've talked a lot about this, or we've had the CEO, Ben Cohen, on a couple times, I believe. But basically, like Playboy's biggest asset as a business, it's just its logo and being able to license that logo out. And it has, I think, like the second best brand recognition in the world behind Nike. And that's like a huge deal. But the fact that like Playboy came out and was like, yeah, our new like NFT business, and was trying to like promote it essentially. If they just do it and they do it, that's one thing. Like NFT or not NFT, Nike is like kind of like doing something with it that's actually pretty cool. But Nike's not going out there trying to make it seem like that's like the next biggest thing for its company. And the fact that like GameStop and Playboy were doing that is a red flag to me. Yeah, I am trying to talk about fundamentals. We were buying for other reasons. No, I understand. I mean, I know, and I guess I'm kind of talking about two different things here. When I'm talking about GameStop, I'm talking about like the existence of the company and how it operates. It's like social impact, how I interact with the company, how my friends interact with the brand. And, that was way different 10 years ago than it is today. I don't know people that like go to GameStop to buy video games or go to GameStop and return video games really anymore at all. But I'm not really talking about the stock right here. Like I said off the top, I wouldn't go short this. Like I would not go short this stock right here. I just am unsure. Like I knew what the story was about GameStop before it took off for COVID. I had a friend, and I've talked about, we've had him on the show before, actually. A guy I interned with summer of 2020. This was before the GameStop thing. So COVID had already happened. The stock market was like already starting to get crazy. And he was loading up shares of GameStop, my buddy Robert. And it was like $3 or $4 at the time. And I just remember, because it was 2020, just being like, why are you buying GameStop? Like, I haven't gone to a GameStop in 5 years. And he explained to me the whole thesis. And it was the DFV thesis. It was the Michael Burry thesis. And I could pull up my text right now on my computer and like show me texting him when GameStop did start going off. I was just like, oh my God, like you were freaking right. Like I should have listened to you. And, I understood the story then. I don't really understand, I think, like the bull case for GameStop from here. First time here, do you look at certain stocks or what you get asked about? Either one. I mean, today I was looking at the different stocks that were moving, the top headlines of the day that I saw. Another big one was Meta down 5.5%. So I was going to talk about those. And if you guys have a stock you want to talk about or a trade idea, whatever it is, Raz, let me know in the chat and we'll get to it. GME, last profitable quarter was March of 2020, lost money every quarter since then. Yeah, and so, I mean, that's why it's like... Who's this supposed to be, Dylan? You don't think I have friends? That's why it's like, to me, I'm sure for people like Real Rugged out there that is still buying the GameStop stock, like, maybe, I don't know, it could be just as simple as... times 4, don't forget the split. Yeah, when talking about GameStop stock, but to my point, it didn't change my point, was essentially that it was just trading at it's trading right now at like 4 times the average of what it's been trading at the past 20 years. And 20 years ago it was, or 15 years ago it was a way more frequented company. If they are still short, we keep buying. That's fair. And then I think that's completely fine, Real Rugged, that, you know, there doesn't need to be a super intricate bull thesis behind the stock. It can be as simple as, hey, the short interest is still high, so we're still buying. But yeah, so Meta real quick. Meta platform shares are trading lower. EU privacy regulators reportedly ruled the company should not require users or users to agree to personalize ads based on online activity. If you're really curious about this or why that's important for Meta, essentially, Facebook, when the stock was struggling, when Facebook first went public in around like 2010, one of the big knocks on the company, one of the company's biggest problems was they were saying, like, every quarter we grew this many users, and investors were basically like, great, how much more money did you make? And the answer was not that much. And it was because, they weren't that great at monetizing its user base yet. And one of the things that really, really helped that was personalized ads. So, you know, when I go on Facebook and I see ads for sports gambling and football tickets and stuff like that, it's going to be more impactful to me than if my mom sees those ads. So having those personalized ads makes it way more profitable for Facebook, both in terms of like conversions with the ads and just selling ads. If you can say, hey, we guarantee you 100,000 impressions on Facebook, and all 100,000 are going to be males ages 18 through 30. A company is going to be willing to pay more for that than if you say, hey, I'm willing to just offer you 100,000 clicks. We don't know the demographic. So basically, that's why Meta's down today, is because European regulators are basically saying, yeah, users shouldn't have to agree to that. And people get annoyed by that, right? You Google one thing, and next thing you know, you're getting ads for it. What do you think of Gil, the recent 40% dip? All right, we'll get to that in a second. Raz wanted me to look at Neo, Google, Baba, or ET. All right, so let's start with Google. I'll start from ones that I know the most to least about. So I mean, Google, I assume, is probably trading a little bit down with with Meta today, because if EU is gonna say that for Meta, then they'll say it for Google too, I assume. But I mean, I hate saying this as if it's any sort of like insight or even helpful at all, and I know I sound like a broken record because I feel like I literally say this in the show every day. But with a stock like Google, like, I would say it like really depends on your time frame. And I like have a lot of conviction, a lot of confidence. And this is not investment advice, but I have a lot of confidence that if you bought Google stock today and held it for, 5 years or 10 years, that you wouldn't, be mad about making that investment. Now, if you buy Google today, could it go down another 10% from here and a month from now, January 6th? I just picked that date because it's a month away. I don't have any sort of attachment to that date, by the way. I would also, I was watching someone else on a live stream, and they had some like low-key ambient music going on in the background. What do you guys think we do some like? Too much? I don't know. But anyway. Let me go back to this one. I'll make it a little quieter. Here we go. It could easily go down in the short term, 10%, 5%, whatever it is. It really depends on what the overall market's doing. It depends on the cues. It depends on what the Fed's doing. It depends on inflation. It depends on all these different things that I don't know about in the short term. You know, you need to look at like just what's going on with the overall macro environment. And again, so if you're looking at it for a long-term investment, I'd say I personally would consider a long-term investment in Google right now. I mean, it's trading at a very nice discount. It was at 152 in February, so 9-10 months ago, and now it's below $100. You look at some of the fundamentals of the stock. PE forward of 18.6, a price to sales of 4.7 are still pretty high. Like they're not like, it's not like, oh my God, this is like a cheap stock by any means. But as far as historical averages for Google, historical averages for a company that's like got a pretty good growth outlook in my mind, I do not mind at all. Damn, Snapchat's down to I mean, it's honestly crazy that Snapchat is still a $16 billion company. It's just a free app on your phone that takes pictures. How's that worth $16 billion? Chan 6 Moon Gang, what does that mean? Do I need to look something up? Is that like a... I don't know. But their cash is awesome. What are you talking about? Google and CVX both working on the fusion reactor? Really? Is this serious? Together? Or like they're both independently working on some... Wait, Google is working on a clean energy, or wait. What did he say? Are you trolling me right now? Google funded nuclear fusion reactor hits temperature way, oh my God. Holy cow. That's scary. Seems very hot. Plasma physicists said they achieved a nuclear fusion reactor temperature of more than 135 million degrees Fahrenheit at the Google-funded Norman reactor in California. I mean, even if here's what I don't get is it sounds like if this new thermoreactor led to like the next huge innovation in clean energy, would Google even be like compensated for that? Would they even make money off of that? Both working together with large capital investment. Yeah, and that would just be my question is like, does this is it one of those things where they just gave a grant to some scientist and now the scientist has built the reactor? I don't think this is actually like a business line that Google is exploring as like a revenue. That info is dated. All right, let's see. Chevron, Google reactor. Yeah. Google and Chevron invest in nuclear fusion startup. So that was all in July. Again, I would just need to do more research on it from the business side of it, because from at least what I could, I don't know. I mean, if it led to some like the next big innovation in clean energy, I'm sure Google would find a way to make them a lot of money off of it. But that's not why I would be buying Google stock right here, is because of the reactor. Nice little plus though, if you're already gonna buy the stock and you want, you know, more clean energy options, and say like, hey, well, you know, Google's doing this, that, and that. The cash flow is very strong. Hey, and they're making a cool little nuclear reactor. 1.2 bill. Yeah, I mean, study your companies rather than charts. Yeah, I agree. EKS. We talk about this on the show a lot. Like, I'm not a technical trader in the sense that I will buy or sell something specifically because of the chart. I think, yeah, people just like to look at the stock charts. I look at them and they'll help aid my trades, but you know, I'm more. I like to know the story behind a company. I like to know a thesis of why I'm buying it or selling it, and not just because the chart is telling me to. You can always tell long-term investors. Yeah, it's like a guy like Warren Buffett has said, you know, he would flip a stock chart upside down and get the same takeaway. Like Buffett has been very outspoken against charts. And then you have technical traders that say, no, like, you don't even need to know what a company is, what they do, what they sell. Just look at the chart and you'll know when to buy and sell. And there are some people that are successful doing both. I don't think it's one of those things that's black and white. One way is wrong and one way is right. You just have to find what works for you. What works for me is I like to, you know, I do like, and also I should say this for EKS who said that, I like looking at the like charts for indices, like looking at QQQ's charts. I'm not gonna be able to actually. I guess you could study the fundamentals of the Qs if you were just looking at like the, you know, cumulative price to earnings ratio. Like, are things more expensive right now? Are things cheaper? You could do stuff like that, but I think at least looking at the chart for an indice like QQQ or SPY gives you some idea about like risk appetite, where people are standing, etc. Like, I don't know really, I guess, yeah, I mean, to me looking at the charts of SPY and Q, like, it helps me get a more overall understanding of what's going on in the market, I think, than without having any sort of visualization. I think that's all it is. I think it's just a visual representation, like, of the same data we'd be talking about if we didn't have charts. EKS is saying, for what it's worth, I'm looking at price and free cash flow 4 times or less. All right, guys. Well, it is noon o'clock. That means it is time for our very first guest of the day. We've got Alex McCurry hanging out backstage with Solidity.io, a cool crypto company. I'm excited to get Alex on the show to not only talk about Solidity, but also just all of the things that have been going on in the crypto market over the past month or so. Bitcoin hanging out right around that $17,000 level. So if you're trading Bitcoin here, if you're long Bitcoin here, you want to see us hang above those, you know, big psychological numbers. So we're going to talk to Alex about what's going on in the markets, what's going to happen with the industry post FTX, some exciting news with Solidity as well. So without further ado, if Alex is ready, if he gives me a nice little thumbs up or something, we'll give him our special intro and bring him on the show. All right, there we go. Let's give Alex, our very special Benzinga Nation, welcome on the show. Alex McCurry, welcome to Benzinga Live. How are you today?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me, Aaron.
I'm good. Where are you joining us from?
Puerto Rico.
Nice. So before we get started, you want to just give us a brief introduction, exactly what it is that Solidity.io is, what it is you guys do?
Yeah, so Solidity.io is a Web3 solutions firm. We build full stack Web3 software products, and we also have a venture studio. So we invest and build things in-house as well.
Nice. So working in the Web3 crypto space, I'm sure the past, month, 2 months has been a big whirlwind. What's been kind of the sentiment, with different companies you work with? Have you found essentially a good, all right, we know where we're going from here?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I think that, you know, what's been really cool for us is we work with a lot of different sort of early mid-stage startups in the space, and work with a lot of companies that are building. And so what's been really cool is we've seen a big trimming of the fat. So a lot of the companies that were entering the space, that were here sort of just for the opportunity, but weren't, you know, necessarily serious about sticking around. We've seen a lot of those companies kind of disappear and phase out. And so it's been a little bit less noise, but I would say a lot of really focused and really quality work being done by a lot of really cool organizations and companies. So that's been pretty exciting, but it's definitely been a bit of a interesting time for sure.
Right. So what do you think, I mean, like overall, what are like the bigger, you know, kind of next steps for the crypto industry? You think there's going to be more regulation that comes in? Like, what do you think the FTX fallout kind of entails from here?
Yeah, the regulation is obviously coming. I think we've been seeing this for a while. I think that there's been kind of this window of, you know, unregulated chaos, which has led to a lot of these issues. From a regulatory standpoint, I think that obviously the government, the U.S. government at least, doesn't really have much of a choice but to step in. I think that we're probably going to see some serious regulation. We're probably going to now have a bit of a path forward for the larger kind of institutions and companies and investors who were sitting on the sidelines a little bit, you know, not quite ready to pull the trigger and invest in the industry in a meaningful way, with a little bit of a more comfortable outlook on how they can actually move into the space and invest in the space and get involved. So I think that's really the key takeaway. Is regulation is definitely coming. There's been a lot of issues with companies like FTX and other centralized exchanges that are basically acting as these unregulated banks. Big problem with that. But I would say DeFi, I would say, you know, a lot of the sort of, you know, fully decentralized protocols, they're unchanged. Nothing has changed. And so for that reason, I think that it's paving the way also for, you know, decentralization, which I think is really good, and sort of you know, a compartmentalization of sort of centralized tools and decentralized tools, and the functionality and the regulation around those products as well.
Yeah, and so I'm curious for, especially with, you know, like your site, Solidity.io and stuff, with how many, I guess, you know, like DeFi projects and stuff, like, ended up being like I guess like promised more than they ended up being, you know, whatever. How do you think that a lot of how do the average American get exposed to DeFi now in like a positive light, after, say, for like a lot of people who got into their first DeFi projects in the last like 6 months or so may have gotten burned, and then now after FTX may just see all of that in a negative light and may not see like that potential benefits or where like the potential use cases could be down the road?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that really you've got kind of it's a really good question, because you have sort of these like really high profile decentralized protocols, right? And that's Bitcoin, that's Ethereum, that's the sort of protocols that are in the top 5 or 10 market cap tokens. And I would say that some of those have sort of paved a way to have a use case that's self-sustainable, and that you can see as kind of their long-term vision, the structure for how they're carrying out their vision. In the case of Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is, you know, sort of the best example of this, because Bitcoin, we know what it is, we know what it will be, and we know what it always will be, and we know that it's unchanged. And so there's a way to sort of track to that. The difficulty is when you're talking about these DeFi protocols and these DeFi opportunities, is you're really talking about startups. You're really talking about tech startups. And in a lot of cases, you know, pre-regulation, it becomes very, very challenging to hold those teams and hold those entities accountable. And so I think through the regulation, you're going to see a lot more institutional investing. You're going to see a lot more of these VCs coming in and stepping in and funding these types of companies. And you're going to hopefully see a lot more diligence, but it's also going to be a lot less accessible, I think, for the sort of common investor, because it's going to be the same way that if you're trying to invest in Airbnb in their Series A, there just isn't really that much access. And so there's going to probably have to be some level of, if you want to access an early stage DeFi project or product, you're from an investment level, it's going to have to be structured in some crowdfunding way that's registered, or there's going to have to be some sort of framework for that.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point, Alex, because the way you like bring that up and you make the kind of comparison to Airbnb and Reg A, it's like people act as if every single crypto project that popped up, it's like was a scam, or not every single one, but what I'm saying, there were a lot of these DeFi projects, but there's a reason those regulations exist for not just crypto companies, but for regular startups too, because if everyone had just unfettered access to investing in there would be a lot of so-and-so like Theranos type companies or companies that sound really great, and people invest money in them, and then they're not what they all, whether they're crypto or not. So it's just like, why would you have regulations like that? Or if those regulations essentially make sense outside of crypto, then they should make sense in crypto as well. I think people just get caught up on that because the whole, or at least one of the whole selling points of crypto is like, it's decentralized. It's not part of any, the government shouldn't be able to come in and say you can't buy that coin until, but I think something like that would make sense, just in the sense that, like, if I go buy X coin, if it's been around for 3 years and it's never been rug pulled or whatever, then it's probably more likely to be a legit coin than a coin that's been around for 3 days.
Yeah, and I think that the 100%, right? And then you have the big thing with a lot of these protocols is also with just the tokenization, right? And so the tokenization of these protocols makes them, in certain cases, security-like assets. And so you have the regulation that's going to have to come in, and it's really important to understand what the function is of the tokens or the underlying assets that you're going to actually be buying. And the sort of accredited investor laws and all the rules around how that would be typically structured if you were buying equity or if you're investing in an early stage company just isn't quite there. And so that's where I think things are going to change in a dramatic way. And I think where there's hopefully opportunity to make those opportunities more accessible, but to have a better framework for how people get involved with this stuff. Because like you said, we're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars that have been lost to rug pulls, lost to scams, lost to these unregulated companies, right? Or unregulated entities. And so there's just been there's been a lot of negative in that sense, but there's also the spirit of DeFi and the spirit of decentralization, and trying to build a framework that allows people to invest in something that is truly decentralized, or is truly a decentralized protocol or technology, right? Which is something that we don't want to restrict access to for a lot of reasons as well. So there's going to be this kind of balancing act of like, what is the stuff that is going to be regulated? What is the stuff that's going to be a little bit more open? And I think that's where the regulatory agencies hopefully are going to look at, okay, FTX, perfect example, centralized exchange, centralized entity, they're a company, versus some sort of protocol where that isn't actually the case, where there isn't a core team that is working on building things out, right? Where there isn't a corporate structure, a corporate governance system in place.
Yeah, and I think that point of just finding that balance, right? Like, I think clearly, essentially zero regulation in the crypto space hasn't worked for a lot of investors and a lot of, speculative investors, people that just got in for the first time. But if, you swing too side on the other end of the pendulum and there's too much regulation, it kind of kills a lot of innovation in the industry, kills a lot of excitement out of it. So like you said, it's going to be that balancing act of finding what makes the most sense. And I think right now, with everything that's happened with FTX, there were a lot of people that were more, I would say that were probably like outwardly against any regulation in the crypto space that are probably now like, yeah, maybe a little bit of regulation wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah, well, that's the issue with you know, the FTX thing is crazy, right? Because you're talking about one of the largest frauds in history, basically happening under everybody's noses, and that's an example of super lack of regulation. These guys were basically a bank. They were printing their own money and then using that fake printed money as collateralization for real dollars, taking the real dollars and then playing the lottery with them, right? So that's basically what was happening on the FTX side of things. And you have to ask, like, who are the auditors? Who are the people who are going in here and saying, hey, this FTT token, this should not be allowed to be used as collateral for people's Bitcoin that they're depositing here. This, you know, this Serum token that you guys spun up 3 months ago, that's worth $2 billion. This shouldn't be allowed to be used as collateral for people's USDC. There was no regulation. There was no oversight in the case of FTX, the second biggest crypto exchange in the world. And when something like that happens and there's no oversight, it's like, obviously these regulators need to step in. Obviously people need to step in and say, hey, you know, what's going on here? Because it's completely out of control. You know, hopefully though, that does not harm the DeFi industry, which in a lot of cases should not be subject to the same level of sort of oversight, as long as the right infrastructure is in place so that the product is truly decentralized, right? There shouldn't actually be a mechanism for the oversight if the product is truly decentralized, because everything should be visible and everything should be public anyway.
Right. No, I think that makes sense. And it's said very well, Alex. Let's see if we've got any questions from the chat. There's been a good conversation. And there's also, I think you guys at Solidity had some news in the last week or so. I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, so we launched we supported on the launch of the ApeCoin DAO NFT marketplace. So we were working on that in the last week, and we actually just we were working on another project for ApeCoin staking, which with a company called NF3 Exchange. So we were launching a ApeCoin staking interface for the ApeCoin staking contracts that were created by Horizon Labs. They're launching on the 12th, creating some really cool asset matching and lending functionality there as well for people who maybe have a Bored Ape, don't have ApeCoin, have ApeCoin, don't have a Bored Ape, basically to come in and be able to participate in the staking functionality that Horizon has released.
Got it. That's awesome. Well, Alex, it was a great to have you on the show. Or someone's asking, was that a cat or a dog that went by you?
That was the dog.
Nice.
The dog.
Tell Doggy we said hi from Zinger Nation. Jada Roma wants to know, do you know if FTX ever had a Big Four audit at any time?
I have no idea, but I don't know how they would have had an audit. If you look at really what happened, we're talking about a company that had billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in deposits. They were taking these deposits, lending it out, and then they had these tokens that they were spinning up, FTT token and other tokens that they were incubating within their accelerator incubator program, and they were using these tokens and their fully undistributed supplies as the collateral for these deposits. So any auditor, any person with half of a brain that was looking at this should have said, this is a massive issue. This is not collateral. These are not liquid assets. This is not cash. We have tokens on our balance sheet. We manage having illiquid tokens on our balance sheet. We earmark it and we say, hey, this token is not fully liquid. These tokens are within a DeFi protocol. These tokens are within, an early stage project. We were compensated for services with these tokens because we helped build whatever the product is. We don't say, hey, this is fully liquid and this is what it's worth. And if we were managing an exchange and then we said, yep, this is fully liquid, and not only is it fully liquid, but we're going to go take cash deposits from customers and say that this is collateral for their deposits, and then we're going to go lend it out and we're going to go gamble with that money. That's crazy. It's insane. It's super, 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 super fraudulent on a massive scale.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think, and I remember seeing something on Twitter about it, basically that the the person who, excuse me, the company that did audit them they were like marketing themselves as the first auditor in the metaverse. You know, they were like specifically like a metaverse. I think Prager Metis or whatever, something like that. But Alex, thank you for hopping on the show today. I'm definitely going to have to invite you back on. You might just become my go-to, you know, anytime I need someone to come talk about crypto with me, you might be my go-to guy.
Yeah, I would love to.
All right, Alex. Well, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Everyone smash the like for Alex McCurry. Again, that's solidity.io. I'll drop that link in the chat. Alex, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a good one.
You too. All right, guys. That was Alex McCurry of solidity.io. Again, going to drop that link in the chat. Quantum saying SPY breakdown. Let's take a look at what's going on in the markets because I haven't been watching over the past 15 minutes or so. But, oh, yeah, looks like, here, let me get my Benzinga Pro pulled up. Looks like we did take a little move lower. Let's see if we got any, let's see if we got a news headline or something, or do we have any reason for that? Or are we just moving lower to move lower? Let's see. SPY. We're looking at a 5-minute chart here, BT dubs. So, yeah, you can see right here, just in the last 5 minutes, this kind of big red candle down about 0.25%, which, I mean, you're going to say, oh, my God, Aaron, 0.25%. Who cares? For the S&P 500, 0.25% in 5 minutes ain't nothing. I'm not worried about it. I won't be worried about it unless we get, you know, a few of those 5-minute candles in a row. Then I'll be like, all right, something's going on here for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're already coming back a little bit, so I wouldn't be too worried about this. Just a little hard sell-off for 5 minutes. No biggie. All right, guys. Any Tesla to daily low? Let's check. I don't know. I mean, it's impossible to say with one. Take a look at the. I mean, I think fib-wise, right? Fibonacci-wise, wouldn't fib traders say it's? I don't even know. Actually, I would have to have Rob Roy back on. I don't know. It's a huge 5-minute candle though for Tesla, down about 1%, you know, in 5 minutes. All right, but here, look, new 5-minute candle forming. Let's see if we get green or another red one. Neo going to run like Tesla did in 2020. Banks do what all the time? All right, so you got Tesla coming back a little bit here. That just reminds me, I'm still holding my Tesla puts. They're still up, but they're definitely off their highs by a decent amount. I did want to talk about this a little bit too, because we were talking about just the kind of, you know, story for GameStop going forward. And basically my point earlier wasn't that I don't like the stock here, although I will say that I'm not bullish the stock here. And I said I wouldn't go short. I'm just neutral GameStop. I don't really understand the bull case from here. I saw a tweet the other day, and I literally just saw a tweet about it. I haven't, you know, fact-checked this or anything like that. But essentially that the box office for this past weekend, which I remember around around Christmas time, there's always, to me it was always like summer. There were always big blockbuster movies coming out like first week of summer, you know, May, June, and around the holidays. I saw a tweet basically saying that this past weekend's box office, I don't think it was for AMC, I think it was just total US box office, was like down 30% from the same week in 2019. Now, I get it. With COVID and stuff, may have changed the way some people consume movies. You had a lot of movies basically going, to like HBO and stuff very quickly after they were released in theaters during COVID. Some even directly to the streaming platforms. But we are now, I mean, if you look at like say an NFL stadium's attendance in 2022 compared to 2019, it is probably more in 2022, if not the same, or if it's less, then it's slightly less. So to me, like, the COVID excuse is gone. You can't say, okay, like the industry is fine, movie theaters are fine, it's just COVID. If now 3 years later, there's still that many less people going to the box office. Let me try to find the exact tweet actually, because here's what I'm gonna try to find. We're just gonna search box office in 2019. Because how many people could have been tweeting about box office in 2019 in the last... All right, well, here, actually, the first tweet that pops up says July 22 is the first month since December 2019 to generate $1 billion at the domestic box office. So that's good. Global box office total was $363 million. All right, box office in 23 is expected 15% below 2019. The cheapest stocks, most expensive stocks. So, all right. Here, I thought I was sharing my Twitter screen. I'm not. Weekend domestic box office of 56 million was down over 60% from the same weekend in 2019. Avatar 2 doing its expected 150 to 175 million opening weekend would still be behind Star Wars. I don't even know what that one is. Star Wars 9 during the same weekend in 2019 won't save the... At some point, AMC's trade creditors are going to get nervous here as working capital is negative. The remaining cash... So... Okay, so this guy, Staff Nil Capital, who's pretty big, 22,000, basically is saying worried about a going concern on their 10K, which means that the auditor essentially would be worried about the company's ability to keep enough cash to run the business, I believe. So basically like a bankruptcy concerns. That's why I think it ugly for the equity restructuring may be imminent, although maybe they're praying for better terms after the Cameron movie opens. So is that really like this whole business, the way they're laying this out, they're saying it could hinge on how Avatar does at the box office? Like if Avatar does poorly, AMC's stock could be in trouble, essentially, is what I'm taking away from. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that's what I'm taking away from this. Which cuts the showings too. I think a lot of people went to see the first one in theaters for the 3D novelty. The movie itself had a good first half, then fell apart. So I don't know. I don't know enough about like Avatar itself or what it's expected to do, what it's projected to do. Oh wait, were you guys not seeing the? I don't think you guys were seeing the right thing. Sorry. Here, I was trying to show you guys this. So this thread from Wall Street Cynic, who is Jim Chanos, who's a famous short seller, tweeting that the box office was down 60% from same weekend, which means inflation adjusted. Basically, Stanfield Capital saying he's worried about a going concern in the upcoming 10K. So yeah, I would just say watch how when does Avatar 2 open this weekend? This upcoming weekend? Oh, is it already out? Oh no, it's coming out on Thursday. I don't know. I'm not or no, sorry, next Thursday. I'm not a big. I never even saw the first Avatar in theaters. Like it was like the biggest movie release ever when I was 13 or whatever. When did that movie come out? 2010? Let's see. When did James Cameron Avatar? When did the first one come out? 2009. So I was 12 when that came out. It was like the biggest movie of all time. I never saw it in theaters. I didn't see it for 5 years until I was 17, and we had to watch it in school for an environmental class because we were talking about, you know, the tragedy of the commons and natural resources being depleted. So I watched Avatar in a school setting. I'm certainly not going to go to a theater to watch Avatar 2, although, and I don't know, like I think part of, like, if you think about the original Avatar, like it was a good movie, right? Jesse Kaler, what up, Jesse Elite? Haven't seen you in a minute. If you want to hop on the show, let me know. The original movie was good, but you have to remember that like part of why it was so big in the theaters was because it was this like brand, like the CGI was so incredible, the 3D, all of this. A lot of that shine has worn off. Like every movie looks that great now. Every movie has cool CGI. I don't know how many like true Avatar fans there are that are gonna like make this like the biggest box office hit. I don't know. I'm gonna do some more. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna ask people I know, like, are you planning on seeing Avatar? Maybe we'll do some polls from Benzinga's Twitter, all this stuff. But I think even if the movie does well, I didn't realize AMC is down so much today. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, where's AMC trading at compared to its like historical? Wait, it doesn't go back before 2019? Oh, because there was a Chinese company that like owned AMC, and then AMC bought it back, or the Chinese company sold it to. Had a good year so far, sitting on cash with a few positions holding. Speaking of a few positions holding, how are my Tesla puts doing? Just checking on those. Oh yeah, Tesla, come on, baby. All right, so I got in at them at 167 was my average cost. The contracts are currently 308, up about 84% on them right now. But again, I've already trimmed my position. I took 2 contracts off this morning, so I basically have now recouped my whole initial investment. So everything I'm riding with here is just like house money. So if I could sell my 3 remaining contracts right now, but I'm going to let them ride just because Tesla's been weak. And if something, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tesla bouncing tomorrow, but like looking at the chart, if this comes down to like 170 area tomorrow, those contracts will be worth 5 times what they're worth right now, and I'll be kicking myself for not selling them. And because I've now already limited my risk, I've basically taken risk off the table. I basically have a risk-free bet going now that Tesla's going to keep moving down. And if it does, then great. If not, then oh well. Then I should have taken my profits and run, but I got greedy with it. Someone's asking about DocuSign. So DocuSign was a stock that like a year ago I was looking at when, growth in tech stocks had started to get hit. Probably was only down like 20 or 30% at this point, but I was like, I like the company, whatever. I think a lot of these, I mean, wow, holy cow. I mean, because now the thing with DocuSign and what here's when I think I was looking at it like here at like 157, thinking like, this was a $300 stock, like it's only 150 now, like we got to buy it. It's just not like, that's a huge concern for me. Like the stock is trading way below its even pre-COVID, right? Like if you look at February 2020, so before COVID hit, stock was trading at $73. Then COVID is DocuSign is a clear winner of COVID, right? All the business that had to go through DocuSign instead of like paper transactions during COVID helped the business out. Went up to 320. during COVID. The fact that this is trading so far below its even pre-COVID levels shows me that I think there are like concerns about the company. I know there's increased competition. Adobe, Apple now both offer kind of ways that people can quickly sign things. I don't know. I don't know what. Like, okay, so a couple months ago, or maybe a month ago, someone posted a video on Twitter on how it's really easy to add your signature to a document using your iPhone. And, someone's like, jokingly, it was like RIP DocuSign's business. Like, basically, like, damn, just one little feature on an iPhone can make this company obsolete. And DocuSign wrote back essentially saying, like, LOL, no, like, you have to use DocuSign because we, ensure that your contracts are like legally binding, all this stuff. And I'm sure for most like legal contracts, especially in a corporate setting, you probably want to use DocuSign that has that extra thing or that extra like layers of security. But for probably most people on most transactions, if you just use your iPhone or the Adobe thing to sign it without any, and you put your date on it, like, because for someone to have to try to say it's not like legitimized, like, like if I sign something with someone in the chat, right, with Danny J, if Danny J gives me a contract and I sign it using my iPhone, and he wants to say like, oh, that wasn't on DocuSign, that wasn't, that wasn't so much, or if he wants to say that wasn't, like legit, like he'd have to take me to court over it, and then I'd be like, no, I signed it on my iPhone. Like, I don't know legally, like, why would me signing it on my iPhone be legally any different than me signing it on paper if there's a date on there, if you have a witness, if you have someone attesting? I don't know. So, like, I don't know enough about DocuSign's company to know that if it truly is necessary, what the company does or not. And right now, I don't know. So I'm not bullish this stock. Not really bearish either. It's so beaten up. I mean, it's in the same category as like your Rokus, basically all your Cathie Wood stocks, which looks like they're getting crushed today, down 3.7%. So growth really not looking in favor. I don't know what really is looking in favor, to be honest, because energy is getting crushed today too. So a lot of value names are getting crushed. XLF down today, but basically just everything down. No, I don't know. I've seen that CRM has had quite a few people leaving in the past like week or so. Not layoffs, Donnie, but like executives. I think from Salesforce and Slack. I saw a tweet about it last night that said basically, someone was just basically saying that like the fact that apparently independently yeah, so Salesforce departures last few days. Brett Taylor, co-CEO. Mark Nelson, CEO of Tableau. Stuart Butterfield, CEO Slack. Jameer Yanosha, Jonathan Prince. So a lot of yeah, a lot of companies or a lot of people leaving the company here. Someone made the point, I was trying to find the tweet, basically saying that, apparently I think they were asking some people from here, or they were asking some of these people, and I guess Butterfield and Brett Taylor did not know they were both leaving, and Salesforce bought Slack, so it wouldn't be like shock me to know that there wouldn't be like as much communication between those two executives, because the companies are just owned by the same parent company. They might not have that much like day-to-day, working together. But basically someone was like, the fact that like people assumed that Brett Taylor and Butterfield and all these people were like leaving because there's all these problems at the company, when no, that's not the case. They actually just like left left independently, that's actually worse. The fact that they both left independently, they both were like, oh, I'm done here without colluding on it, was actually maybe even a worse look for the company than had it been kind of a coordinated effort. Yeah, so I don't know. I think the idea is just that if you have that many executives leaving the company in like a short period of time, there's probably some underlying problems at the company, because let's face it, like all these executives probably have very cushy jobs, right? $1 million+ salaries, benefits, yada yada, and it's like you don't give that up, especially in this environment, unless like there's some great opportunity out there, like Apple's building a Salesforce competitor and wants to hire all of them, or it's just like, this things aren't looking great for the company, the economy might go in a downturn, this is actually going to be a lot of work, there's going to be a lot of pressure, or I could just leave now and essentially take my money, is the way I see it. Question is, why is the director still there? I don't know. I mean, no clue. But CRM, I was seeing another thing people were talking about with CRM with Salesforce, was just that eventually the company might have to get some antitrust issues. Like the company just keeps buying essentially every single other workplace efficiency software program. To the point where, like, I think a lot of people are like, all right, Salesforce might not be able to buy any more companies going forward. I don't know for sure, but that's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of people kind of making that argument. All right, my Tesla puts are not doing well. Tesla's coming back a little bit. Let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. So, yeah, I mean, growth getting crushed today. I think, I think take that as a sign for what it is. Like maybe we got a little bit overextended on the growthy stocks. I think we're seeing the bond yield tick back up today, so it makes sense to see growth stocks sell off a little bit. But yeah, I mean, SPY. Let's go to a SPY and find some levels here, because I don't think we're going back down toward. Let's see. I don't think we're going back down toward. Let's see. Say like 390 level. I think 390 would be a reasonable level to look for on the downside for SPY, and say, okay, can we hold 390? If we go back below 390, that's not good. But I mean, you can see here, like if you zoom out on the chart, and we're on a daily chart for SPY, we were making lower highs, right? We got up to 480, sold off, then we could only get up to 472. Sold off, then we could only get up to 458. We sold off, tried to get back up to 458, but couldn't. Or could only get back up to 452. Sold off. Okay, took out those previous highs and got back up to 460, but then sold off again. Didn't even come close to getting back to 460. Got stuck at 417. Sold off again. Got stuck at 390. Sold off. Boom, boom, boom. Cleared that 420 level just to sell off again. Get stuck at that 411 level. Sell off again. And now we couldn't get back above that 411 level. So, I mean, I don't know, because we did start making, like, this is to me from October to December, so about 2 months, you can see we were consistently making new highs. And not only were we making new highs, but we were making higher lows. So that's what I would watch for here. Is this low going to remain higher than the previous time we had a little sell-off, which we got it all the way down to 367. As long as the SPY is able to catch itself again, like I could see my bet is 390. As long as the SPY is able to catch itself at 390, there's no reason to me why I would like change my mind about being bullish right here. Did I miss cover of Gil Brands? No, I'm not really familiar with this. What is it? GIII? Is that what you're? This one? Is this the right stock? Unlimited? I mean, something happened here. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my God, I just screwed up my whole. All right, we're gonna have to retry this. I'm not familiar with this company. Chart looks like something's going on there, so let's go check this out. All right. Oh my God, what just happened? Do we know why the stock did this? Why it went down 44% like 3 days ago? Let's go to the news feed. News. Kaplan Fox investigates. Kaplan Fox is investigating claims on behalf of GII Apparel Group. Is a company that designs, markets women's and men's apparel. Higher and okay, so they're investigating claims on behalf of investors, not customers. What even, like, what kind of, I don't, like, I literally don't know. Oh, I wasn't sharing my screen. I don't know what, so I was in our Benzinga Pro, and, you know, looking at the chart for GIII, saw we had this drop 44% the other day, went to our news feed, found this article about Kaplan Fox, a law firm is investigating claims based on behalf of investors. So I guess investors were like, what's going on with this company? Like, what? How are they losing so much money? I don't really know. I don't know what kind of clothes like this company makes. Brands. Here we go. All right. If I've never heard of any of these clothing brands, all right, never mind. All right. I've definitely heard of some of these clothing brands. Calvin Klein, DKNY, Tommy Hilfiger. Wait, these are all owned under GII. What's the market cap? How does it... Oh, okay, owned or licensed. Okay, so they own... I was going to say there's no way they own all these brands and it's only a $400 million company. Own DKNY, own Karl Lagerfeld, own Bass Outdoor, own... Okay. So, I don't know. It's basically like the only, like, I feel like the only significant thing that this company really owns is, I guess, Karl Lagerfeld, kind of, but mostly just DKNY, which I feel like has kind of like fallen off a lot. I don't know. It seems like this company has a lot of problems. I wouldn't touch it. It's just my 2 cents, as like personally. And I like, I've been looking more and more into different, I would say, like kind of like fashion names recently, because I was explaining it. The R bands are good. I don't know what that is. Go back to our Benzinga Pro, because there have been a few. I mean, wait. GII is up 10% on the day too, which might just be a sign that the reaction last week was like a little bit of an overreaction. And I'm not saying it isn't. I just like I'm not blown away. Like I didn't see any brands on that site that made me think like, okay, yeah, this is a hot brand that's gonna like keep increasing sales. And because the brands like, oh, the brands are good, they're mid fashion. Yeah, they're all I think they're all, or not all of them, but there's a lot of them like right next to each other at an outlet store near me, right? There's like a Tommy Hilfiger at the outlet store, and that's what I'm saying. Like I see Tommy Hilfiger. Like if you're gonna buy a fashion conglomerate, you might as well just buy LVMH and buy like the real high end luxury, not the outlet mall. Which, by the way, I love Tommy Hilfiger. Like I go. The reason I know that those are all the outlet malls because I go there and shop there. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying they're not, to me, like I don't see Tommy Hilfiger as like the most. I saw a Balenciaga store going 50% off on Twitter today. Really? I don't know if we ever talked about the Balenciaga scandal on here. But I have thoughts on it that probably wouldn't be the most popular. LVMH, Lulu, like a lot of these. I was explaining this to someone the other day. I was like, everyone wants to find the next like sexy tech stock, the next Apple, the next Amazon, and like it's just there's always these intricacies built in with those like different tech stocks and with fintechs and different industries, or like energy markets are like very complicated. Every time I've researched a stock like Lululemon or Levi's or anything like fashion related, it's very simple. Like, is the brand, are customers buying more of the brand than they were a year ago? Is the brand growing? Is the brand hot? And then there are, it's not that simple, obviously, because there are things like supply chain issues and macro conditions and all these things. But for the most part, like, it's a lot easier for me to understand, Lulu stock has gone up a lot because a lot more men and women are buying Lululemon clothes than they were a year ago, than to know, like, okay, well, the interest rates are at this, which means this for Robinhood's cash that they're sitting on from customer deposits. But if interest rates goes up that much more, they're going to make that much more money, but that's actually bad for the business, right? Like, it's a lot easier, I think, when just like studying stock picks and investments with something that's like almost strictly just a consumer-facing brand, to be able to gauge popularity of that demand or of that brand, and try to guess essentially, like, is that trend going to continue, or is that going to reverse? Why? Do you have a thesis? And I think because of the fact that, like I said, a lot of people are looking for that, for that next sexy tech stock, they're overlooking investments in these spaces, investments in like clothing brands, or ones we've talked a lot about on the show in the past few weeks have been like Ulta and Elf Beauty, these cosmetic brands that are just freaking crushing it, making it new all-time highs. Literally the only types of companies right now that are making all-time highs, or not, that are trading at all-time highs in this market in 2022, defense names, defense contractors, people that benefit from war, and people that sell makeup. I don't know why, but those are the two. Let's catch up on the chat. I wouldn't consider myself a fashionista, though. I do, if Sydney, if you've ever got a, like hot stock pick that's in the fashion space, let me know. I wouldn't buy Balenciaga. GII bought 250K shares. Oh, really? All right. That's that is certainly interesting. I'm done buying stock. Whoa, wait, Morocco beat Spain? Holy shit. Randy, why'd you change the channel? Randy says he's got to work and can't watch soccer with me. That's a crazy upset. I wonder what the odds were on that. I'm kicking myself now because last night I was really thinking on my like betting app. I was like, you know what? Like this, World Cup has just seen some crazy upsets. I might as well throw some, just like wild bet. And I would have bet on Morocco, and I didn't. I should have, though. Hindsight's 2020, though. Makeup more like war paint. It is Randy's fault. I agree. Someone just says it's your fault in the chat. Tesla still hanging out below 180. Let's go check out Tesla. That's really my only open trade right now is short Tesla. And looking at it from a daily, like, how can anyone, where, if you were looking at this chart and you wanted to tell me that this is like a bullish chart, or you wanted to get bullish from somewhere, like, what pattern would you say, like, would you try to justify that with? B, what level? Like, if I were going to make an argument that you could get bullish from here, I guess you could say we're sitting right at this previous support right here. And now we've consolidated a little bit, so you can start to get bullish. But like, to me, this just looks just like a clear head and shoulders. Bam. And I've talked about this with the options mic before, but like, a lot of times if you're looking to, it's one thing to be able to recognize the stock pattern. It's another thing to like know how to and be willing to play it. So for a head and shoulder pattern, even if you saw this play out, and I know, like, you know, you could say, oh, it's not like a perfect head and shoulders pattern. Fine. I believe you. If you want to say, okay, this is your left shoulder, this is your head up here, this is your right shoulder. If you got in short, say at the head, some people say it's actually like not great, because think about it. I mean, if you have puts here, boom, yeah, you made a lot of money to the downside. But then it's expected almost to shoot back up. And you can end up losing money on theta there if the stock comes back up, if you're short it after the head. Where we've talked about this with options Mike before, is that if you go short on the right shoulder, or sorry, this is actually with Chris Capri. If you go short on the right shoulder, not only do you have that move to the downside that matches the move of the left shoulder, but you also have the potential that it breaks through the previous support, and then you get an even bigger move. And so he was always telling me that was his favorite way, essentially, to play a head and shoulders pattern, was to try to go short on the right shoulder. Now, again, it's always easy to look at these charts in hindsight and say, oh, yeah, I should have gone short there. I should have gone short here. That was an obvious pattern. It's a lot harder to do it in real time. It's a lot harder to do it before those moves happen. Just do another quick check-in over on SPY. QQQ. I mean, things are just weak. Things are just weak. I don't really have any like reason why I would believe this week would get worse or get better. Like, I don't know if we have any big catalysts. I think, you know, I mean, I like I said, I'm still more bullish than I am bearish, so maybe I'll wait till Q's, you know, on the hour chart fills this gap maybe down to like 270 and then play it to the upside there. I don't really know. I mean, we did get that huge run up. What was that last no, that was November 10th. What was November 10th? That was the day the market went up like 5% after the CPI. Only Chinese stocks are up today. Oh, do you think that's it? No trades in the World Cup. If you had the game on, it will give you some energy. I know, right? I love the other day I came into the office and there was a soccer game on and we didn't have it on. I asked someone to turn it on. They said, like, no, the USA is out of the World Cup, so I don't care about it now. And it's like, I get it. Like, trust me, I'd rather have the United States in it too. But it's like the Olympics. Like, it only comes around once every 4 years. No, I don't think so. I think Brazil's the favorite right now. Let's see. Yeah, Brazil's the heavy favorite, plus 170 to win the World Cup. Argentina plus 550. I don't hate actually that bet, Argentina, right now, because a lot of people want to see Messi win the World Cup. Probably his last chance. I mean, he's what, 35, 36? How old is Lionel Messi? I guess 36. He's 35. So he'll be 39 the next World Cup. I guess it's possible. Certainly possible he could play. The game was awesome. I'm going to watch highlights. Diddy, BK, Lee, Baba, Neo, XPev, all green. Yeah, that is interesting. So basically with these Chinese stocks, what you've had happen now the past couple weeks is you've had, and I brought this to attention on the show a few weeks ago. Before really we got a lot of the protests and whatnot in China, there were a few days where Chinese stocks were up like a decent 3-4%. I think it's when Biden was meeting with Xi Jinping or whatever his name is. And it was interesting because while these stocks were going up, you actually had COVID cases rising in China. And every other time throughout the past like year since COVID has started, every time you've had COVID cases in China, say that 3 times fast, COVID cases in China, the Chinese stocks would get obliterated because you knew those zero COVID restrictions were coming, the cities were going to get shut down, all that stuff. And so I saw those stocks up while COVID cases were rising in China and saw that as a huge bullish sign. I said that on the show. I was like, the fact that Beijing just set the record today for most COVID cases and BABA's up 3% should get everyone like interested, see like why is this happening? And then, you know, a week later is when they actually announced that the restrictions were getting lifted. Of course, BABA, you know, goes up another like 20% from there. But I do think we got a little overextended there. Like if you go look at it on the RSI or whatever, you can see here, you know, that once we got up to 80 or to 80 or 70 on the RSI, you sold off a little bit. And I think that's fair. But what that mean? I mean, you have a little bit of a sell-off, but that doesn't change the fact that now, you know, a lot of these restrictions, a lot of these fears of why these stocks were trading down so much. Z not taking out the tanks shows weakness. I can't tell if you're being facetious or not, Shelly. Either take out the tanks or abolish the lockdowns early. Light data till Friday. Yeah, and that's why like I'm kind of hands off right now. Like I'm holding those Tesla puts, but I don't really like have any other trades or any desire to like you convinced me to buy some like QQQ calls that expire tomorrow and just say like, yeah, we're down 4% in the last 2 days on the Qs, due for a little bounce tomorrow. Outside of that, like I don't know why. I don't know what type of trade I would really get into right now, just because I don't see any big big action, like Jay said, until we get some of that, until we get those data points. You know what? I am going to do that just because I just said that. I'm buying 3 really cheap QQQ calls that expire tomorrow. 287, if anyone wants to know the exact strike. 287. I paid 34 cents a contract, so my total cost basis was about $92 on this trade. $92 to go long the Qs, expires tomorrow. Again, no reason other than that we've sold off a couple days in a row, so hey, could be due for a 34 cents, 3 contracts, 102, not 92. And you still got the rest of the day today. So if we rally a little bit today into tomorrow. Shelly, you a big fan of authoritarian? No, I think she was just saying that like stop being wishy-washy. Pick a side, right? You either gotta be as hardo and locked down as you say you are, or just cave to the protesters. But yeah, I mean, I've been more bullish China than I think most people. I think there's still more risk in Chinese names than American names, but I think with there being more risk, there's also more potential return, right? There's a chance that BABA ends up outperforming the S&P 500 over the next 3 years. Is it likely? No, probably not. But China does. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I think to be looking at China right now. All right. I just got word from Mitch. He'll be coming on in a couple minutes here. Yeah, Charlie Munger was buying a lot of BABA. BAC down 8% in 2 days. That's actually really interesting. I like Bank of America. Something's going. I mean, there's got to be something going on here, right? And there's no reason Bank of America, Morgan Stanley boosts the price target. All right, so Morgan boosts the price target from 36 to 38. That's good news. Bank of America CEO says we'll buy back some shares this quarter. What's going on? I'm gonna buy some Bank of America calls right now. Too much move to the downside for Bank of America. Buying some Bank of America calls that expire the 16th of December. We're gonna go with the 33.5. They're trading at 48 cents right now. All right. We're in. I'm filled on my long BABA calls. Buy Natty short term. That's fair. I play some YOLO out of the money calls in the 16th, just thinking that the past 2 days moves might be a little bit dramatic. And then, I mean, Bank of America is literally down over 11% on the week, which is, I mean, as a $260 billion company, you're talking about like $30 billion of market cap being taken out of Bank of America in the past week. Frankly, I don't really know why. I will say, and I made this point. Oh my God, I just realized your guys' tab wasn't sharing my charts. I'm sorry, guys. I made this point a while ago, essentially that you had XLE, really back here like in June, but even more recently, XLE, which is just your like energy sector ETF, making like all-time highs while people were talking about, huge recession fears or whatever. And it's just like, you can't, any time in a recession, right? If you go look at Chevron or you go look at ExxonMobil, and you look at how they performed in 08, 09, they all got crushed. So if you do think there's, some sort of big recession coming and you think that like, it's just not going to hit energy, I don't really know why you would think that, because here, I don't know why the chart took me all the way back to, here's Chevron in 08. Went from 104 down to $60. So if we go back to the XLE today, I will get more concerned. I think the more you see energy and financial stocks sell off together, more scared I get that there could be some sort of like wide, big economic downturn coming. Because to this point, I haven't been worried about that really. Like, I know there's been recession fears and a lot of those fears have been priced in, but there hasn't really been a lot of economic data that backs up that we are for sure heading toward like a big severe recession in 2023. But the more I see XLE sell off, the more I see XLF sell off, the worse that is, because those are the companies that are actually the ones that are actually they're the value stocks. They're the ones making money in a good economy. So they shouldn't be selling off if the economy is doing well. But all right, guys. I see Mitch just hopped in here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to him. Let Mitch tell you guys what you got going on for the rest of the show today. What's up, Money Mitch? How we doing?
What's going on, man? Let's go ahead. Let's get towards the action. Let's go ahead, pull that little comment down. We'll get right towards stock market movers. Of course, how's your day been so far? Not too bad?
Good, man. How are you?
Bouncing back. It looks like everyone's worried about recession.
Yeah, definitely. Recession fears driving the market right now.
Yeah,
all right, man. Well, I'll leave it over to you. We'll be back with stock market movers. Money Mitch, smash the like.
All right, have a good one, AB. See you in a little while. Let's go ahead. Let's get right towards the action. We got stock market movers, a lot to talk about. And of course, I got my guest today, Tom Nikic, Senior Vice President, Equity Research at Wedbush Securities. Stay tuned. We'll be covering footwear, apparel sector. Let's get right towards the action. This is Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. Let's get towards the show. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get towards the action. I'll go ahead and I'll throw up my charts here. Now, one thing I definitely want to call out is take a look at the move that we're getting today. You guys can see that we're starting to cut through this trend line. So not being able to hold the trend and starting to break the trend, now we're down to 393, completely breaking the trend today. I said, could we recover 400? That would keep me in the bullish tune. Cut through 395. You got me right back into the red light district. So there you guys have it. It's going back to the red lights. At least it looks like for right now. It's going to be tough markets, with especially if we can't hold these rallies. How do we expect a new bull market to start, right? Well, the truth is, can't keep fighting the Fed, right? Even though we've been getting this nice little push up, we got some good economic data to start showing us inflation coming down. This is the worry that comes into play, especially as you keep going into next year and think about recession, right? That's what a lot of people are bringing on up. One thing that we need to keep watch now is, where does it stop, right? Where does the bleeding stop? Well, it looks like we're down to 393. We haven't stopped all day. We tried right here towards the 395 spot, broke right through that level. And now we're down to 393. And look at our leadership. Our leadership down to 143. Apple coming right back down, looking not the best right now. Amazon really bearish there. Microsoft starting to really break down there towards the 245. We'll see if this comes back towards the lows in early November or late, kind of early November. That was the November 1st, November 3rd, and November 4th low. We'll see if we come back for these lows and keep coming on the downside, but it isn't looking good, especially Tesla. It was down there towards 177. We'll see if this can continue coming lower, but these stocks definitely dragging the market today. And of course, we need to keep watch to see what happens in some of the oil stocks, right? Oil stocks falling off the tape. It seems like a lot of stocks just fell off the wagon today. And whether it could be value, growth, whichever way you want to take a look at it, we're really definitely getting a big pullback today. XOM now coming back there towards 103. We were looking for a pullback towards the 100 for a 50% retracement of that recent move. Of course, India speaking out that they said that they would continue to buy oil from Russia at the cost that Russia wanted, not that price cap of that 60. So that just showed me more and more how, well, it looks like Russia will still find a way around the price cap, maybe selling oil towards India. But of course, we saw it with the WTI. When WTI kept coming down, we thought that this would eventually come back into kind of the correlation. Right now, WTI, I have it down towards 74. Think about that. We were at 90 just about a week and a half ago. So we'll see what happens there. Definitely the situation's changing up there. And a lot of these energy trades were viewed as kind of the value trades to take on. Now we're getting a little bit of a pullback. We'll have to watch to see what happens. All right, in about 4 or 5 minutes, we'll get into our interview. Excited to get into some footwear and apparel sector. But let's go ahead. Let's take a look around. Let's get towards our first earnings stock of the day, which is going to be AutoZone. And you guys can see here, kind of gave us a signal. It didn't even want to move in the pre-market, even though the earnings weren't bad here. Let's talk about it. Let's go to AutoZone's earnings. Q1 EPS at $27.45, beat the $25.27 estimate. Sales at $3.98 billion, beat the $3.86 billion estimate. AutoZone Q1 same-store sales increased 5.6%. So at least from what I saw in the numbers, it didn't look bad there in AutoZone. Definitely getting a little bit of a pullback. So we'll look on the monthly if this comes into play at a better level, right? This did break out around the 2,200, going up there to 2,600. If we can hold kind of the November pullback towards 2,342, that won't look too bad. And if we can catch that bounce and come right back up towards the 2,500, we'll keep watch there on AutoZone. Of course, AAP kind of give us a little bit of insight into this industry, as they definitely weren't able to meet their numbers. But of course, AutoZone being the favorite there, thought we could maybe get a little bit of a lift, but not looking too good right now in AutoZone. Big pullback on the daily. We'll look to see if it can kind of catch some bounce eventually as it comes back. This stock does like to hold its monthly kind of trend line, so I could also look for that to kind of start playing in. That could be a move where it comes towards that 22s. We'll see if 2200 for sure holds on the uptrend. All right, that's AutoZone. We can keep going into another earnings stock that had a good day today. Let's go to SIG with Signet Jewelers, as they definitely are getting a nice little lift off of their earnings. Let me pull those numbers here for you guys. All right, so it looks like Signet Q3 adjusted EPS coming in at 74 cents, beating the 31-cent estimate. Sales at 1.58 billion, beat the 1.50 billion estimate. They do see Q4 sales at 2.59 billion to 2.66 billion versus a 2.64 billion estimate. And full year 23 EPS at $11.40 to $12 versus a $10.90 estimate. So the low end way higher than that estimate there for full year EPS 23. Not looking too bad there. Definitely got the lift and some of the love into the market. You can see it rip through that 63 on a day like this where the market is down big. Not a bad area to kind of catch this move. We'll see what happens in Signet if it can start moving other kind of luxury goods. I've been looking at maybe see if Falso would kind of follow. You guys can see that's been going up a little bit there. But this is not like kind of the biggest play in my eyes, but I'll keep watch. Signet getting a nice little lift. Now the next level to really watch is that it rejected around here. The high of the day around 70.57. There's some resistance into that 70. We'll see if it eventually can get back through there. But as you can see, the 200-day was playing as resistance, and we finally got above that. So maybe look for pullbacks to 66 to hold. If it breaks 66, you're right back into the pattern and could be pulling back. We'll see what happens there on Signet. Not really necessarily a stock that I trade often, but it got a nice lift today. Big beat there on the EPS. I'm sure it didn't hurt it. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll get into our interview now. There's still a lot to talk about. We'll get into, of course, SI and what happened to Silvergate. What did the CEO put out there? Looks like Silvergate wasn't doing too bad today. We'll take a look at that one. But of course, this has been dealing with the cryptocurrency environment. Came back a little bit on the intraday. Of course, was dropping some in the pre-market. We'll talk a little bit about that coming up. And we'll get into Taiwan Semiconductor, Pepsi, Ford. We still got lots to talk about in Microsoft. Trying to get a deal with Call of Duty and PlayStation. We'll talk a little bit about that. Let's go towards our interview today. Like always, team, smash the like. This is where you guys get an opportunity also to ask a question. So if you guys like footwear, apparel, or anything in between, let's go ahead and talk about it. You guys in the chat, I want to hear you guys buzz. Let's get towards our interview today. All right, I got Tom Nikic here, Senior Vice President, Equity Research at Wedbush Securities. Welcome on.
Oh, thanks very much for having me. Glad to be here.
Definitely. Let's go right towards it. At first, I'm going to talk more about kind of areas, and then if we want, we'll get into kind of more specific stocks. I want to first talk about how do you feel about the numbers coming out of Black Friday and Cyber Monday?
Yeah, I mean, what it seems like is that as far as like actual sales volume goes and things like store traffic, it seems like everything was pretty solid. You did see, growth in store traffic, growth in online sales, et cetera. The question is, what margin do those sales come at? And clearly, this was a much more promotional environment year over year, especially relative to last year when, we had supply chain shortages and everything was pretty much full price. This year, we got too much inventory. And so, we've got a lot more discounting year over year. So I think it definitely seems like demand was okay, but, you needed a little bit more discounting to drive that demand.
Yeah, definitely. Now, of course, we've seen some big changes happen in the footwear industry as of late. What's going on in footwear when it comes to Yee, right? What stocks do you expect to get a lift? What stocks do you feel that could be facing trouble down the road?
Yeah, I mean, I think clearly well, first off, it's not great for Adidas that the partnership had to dissolve. I mean, Adidas disclosed that they generated about 1.8 billion euros of revenue annually, a few hundred million of profits. So definitely a meaningful hit to them. Who would be the beneficiary? Nike, right? If sneakerheads have 2 billion fewer dollars to spend on Yeezys, well, they've got 2 billion more dollars to spend elsewhere. And that customer who buys Yeezys, the simplest transition for them to make would be to transition to the Nike Jordan brand. So I think Nike is the biggest beneficiary.
Yeah, as someone that has Jordans, I'm kind of glad I never got the Yeezys, but I'll definitely stick to my more Nike side there. Also, recent decision also from Nike kind of getting out Kyrie Irving. What do you think about this situation? Is this also a move that won't really affect the bottom line, you think?
It's much less meaningful to Nike than losing Yeezy is to Adidas. Yeah. Signature basketball over the years has become a much, much smaller part of Nike's business. And, Kyrie wasn't even the biggest of the signature basketball franchises. I mean, that would be LeBron. So really, it's kind of more of a drop in the bucket for Nike.
All right, something definitely to keep watch. Are there any trends that you're starting to see show up with maybe some consumers or maybe moving towards some discount apparel or discount footwear? What do you see here?
I mean, I think the biggest trend that I'm actually seeing this holiday season or really like a brand that's incredibly hot right now would be the UGG brand. UGG, the parent company is Deckers Brands, ticker DECK. It seems like UGG is just absolutely on fire, and they've got a lot of buzz on social media. You've got celebrities wearing them. It's a really interesting situation because you've got every other brand and retailer out there talking about how they've got too much inventory. Oh, we got too much stuff. We got too much stuff. Deckers has or UGG has some shoes that are on back order until January, until after the holidays. And it's like, while everyone else is swimming in inventory, UGG doesn't have enough because that's how strong their demand is.
That's interesting there. I definitely have seen Deck make a big move in 2022. I mean, this is one of the stocks that is up for the year, right? I mean, it's hard to find stocks that are significantly up. Definitely one of your best ratings, so definitely shout out on this one. Now, of course, with this one, it feels like it's gotten a nice lift, right? We got even towards 400. Where do you see this one moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably see it, continue to grind higher. I mean, look, it's not a huge, secret out there that this is one of the best run companies in my in my coverage. Really high quality. So in addition to the UGG brand, which I talked about, I didn't even talk about the Hoka brand, which is their, kind of their really big growth driver. I don't know if you know anybody who runs in Hokas, but I mean, people swear on these things. And, I've heard anecdotally people tell me, I'm on my 12th, 13th pair of Hokas. I love these things. I can't get enough of them. So, you look and you've got two really great brands. You've got one of the cleanest balance sheets in my coverage. You got a cash-rich balance sheet. I think it continues to keep climbing, into the 400 and above range.
Yeah, I actually know from our pre-market prep guy that has a pair of Hokas, and he likes them too. So there it is. You definitely see some runners using it. And I mean, that's one thing that I've seen grow significantly is the running shoes, right? That segment has definitely grown. When you think about, it used to be all about just the basketball shoes, but now you see a lot more focus in running apparel. An area that I've been taking a look at and thinking about, of course, is like inventory in like a Skechers. What do you think about that? Do you feel like we're going to maybe run into some deeper discounts going forward, or do you feel like this is actually a good mix here for Skechers to have?
Yeah, I mean, so Skechers, their business has held in remarkably well, right? I mean, if you had told me at the beginning of the year, all right, we're going to have a ton of inflation, which is going to kind of, pressure some of the lower end consumers. We're going to have a war in Europe. We're going to have lockdowns left and right in China. I would have thought that, Skechers would have, struggled a lot more, but they've proven to be really, really resilient, right? I think first off, look, like they have really comfortable shoes, which people like, and they've got value. They offer value to the consumer. So it's comfortable and it's cheap. That's a formula that tends to work.
Yeah, especially in a rising inflationary time, right? I think, some consumers are definitely still looking for a little bit of a discount.
Yeah. The other thing that I think they benefit from is a lot of the retailers that they sell into, the family footwear stores and the value channel and stuff like that, those are stores that Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, some of the bigger brands are moving out of or de-emphasizing. And so I think that opens up a lot of market share opportunities for Skechers, which they've been capitalizing on.
Now, of course, I think the dollar is something definitely to focus when you're thinking about this area. Of course, how it can represent some, currency risk, or potentially maybe if the dollar can come down, maybe those currency risks actually come off of the earning stock. What do you think is going to happen here with the dollar, and how could it really affect the apparel and the footwears?
Yeah, it's obviously it's very challenging to predict the direction of currency rates, but I think you make a great point that, the stronger dollar, generally speaking, is bad for the financials of these companies, particularly the more revenue you generate overseas, because then it's getting translated to fewer US dollars. The US dollar has come down off the highs. I mean, I think the last time I looked, the euro was 105 versus, I think it was, 98 or 99 like a couple of weeks ago. The British pound has recovered and stuff like that. And so I think generally speaking, like if you continue to see the dollar softening, then that would be a net benefit for our group, and particularly the companies that generate a lot of revenue overseas. So that would be Nike, that would be Skechers. Those are kind of two of the bigger ones in my group.
All right, now let's go towards one here, and then I see in the chat one being mentioned, so I'll go ahead and cover that. Now, Foot Locker, of course, has probably been battling more direct-to-consumer models, right? And I feel like this is definitely something that we need to keep our eye on, as it seems like companies are definitely in a better stance of going directly to the consumer. I remember at a time when I was young, I don't think too many people were buying shoes online because they wanted to actually, fit it. How did it feel, right? Well, it seems like that's changed recently, and Nike definitely selling more direct to consumer. What do you feel about Foot Locker in the long run with that model?
Yeah, I mean, Foot Locker is a really, really interesting story, right? Because this has been the big bugaboo for the stock for years, and it's why the stock has struggled to work. Was that there was always this idea that Nike, which was 75% of Foot Locker's revenues, someday would pull the rug out from under them. Earlier this year, Foot Locker came out and they said, hey, look, Nike, beginning in the fourth quarter of 2022, is going to start giving us less of the good stuff. We're still going to get some of the good stuff, just a lot less than we used to. And so that's a pretty significant headwind for this business over the next 12 months or so. Plus, you have everything that's happened with the Yeezy brand, which wasn't quite as impactful as I thought. It seems like Yeezy was about a low single-digit percentage of revenue for Foot Locker, but still, that's a pretty significant revenue stream that, for the time being, is going to zero, unless Adidas can find some way to revive that line. So the next 12 months or so are going to be very tough. The glass half full argument is that they hired a rock star CEO earlier this year, Mary Dillon, who did an incredible job with Ulta Beauty, different category, but still, I mean, Mary Dillon is a great executive, and she's one of the better hires they could have made. But it'll probably take a little bit of time for her to kind of work her magic, and so I think you'll have some tough trends in the near term, and then maybe Mary Dillon eventually we'll be able to, turn the ship around.
I agree. I don't think that was a bad move at all by Foot Locker. One of the best run companies, definitely in the last, I would say, 10 years. I mean, Ulta Beauty, I mean, it's been ripping through highs when most companies really struggled, and they even found their way through the pandemic. So I would definitely say that if they were able to make it, maybe in the long run, Foot Locker figures a way around this situation. And of course, there's other I think shoes that can come into play. One area that has been truly surprising to me, and I'll call it out because I don't understand this, is Crocs. Shoes with holes, man. Talk to me, Tom. I don't understand why there's so much love for the Crocs.
They're comfortable. Look, when I was talking before about Skechers, right? Like they're comfortable and they're at a good price point, right?
Yeah.
Like comfort and value works really, really well. And I think, Crocs, there's some interesting aspects of it, right? Like it's got a very unique look, right? So like there's nothing else that like looks like it. And so, it's something that like, people can kind of, I don't know if show off is the right word, but it's like, you notice when somebody's wearing a pair of Crocs, right? You got the gibbets, the charms that like people put on it. So like, you can kind of like personalize what your Crocs look like. So I think for all those reasons, Crocs has worked really well. And what's interesting about the Crocs brand now is the huge run that they've been on the last couple of years has been predominantly a North America story. Now the rest of the world is like catching up. And so now like their businesses in Europe and Asia are, doing extraordinarily well. So I think you could see this become much more of an international growth story, whereas like the last couple of years have been driven by North America.
Yeah, it's truly interesting. It has been a company that has pushed out, hasn't really come down as much as I mean, this is a story right here. This is a newer company, and it looks like it's here to last. So something definitely to keep watch. Crocs has been an interesting story to watch. Now let's go to the chat here. The chat is bringing in some stocks that they want to maybe take a look at. I don't know if you cover them, but Easy's asking about like bigger store chains, like discount stores, like Costco, Walmart, Dollar Tree. Do you cover those, Tom?
No, I don't cover any of those.
Okay, all right. So we'll stay out of those. We'll go to this one. I know you do cover this one. PVH.
Yep.
All right. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, PVH reported last week. It was a much better print than I thought it was going to be. I thought that they'd be a little bit more pressured by the macro environment. They also have a really, really big international exposure. So to our conversation earlier about currency rates, currencies are a very, very big headwind this year. But if the dollar keeps, softening, then that would be a benefit to them next year. I think it's an okay business. I think the brands are good. I don't think they're like exceptional brands. Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. They've got a little bit of debt on the balance sheet, which I don't love right now. I kind of prefer, generally speaking, I like a name like Deckers that has like a really, really clean balance sheet. And longer term, they actually announced something last week, which is a really, really big positive for the stock. They announced that a lot of their women's clothes, they license out to a company called G3 Apparel. And they basically said that when their licenses expire with G3, they're going to take those licenses in-house. So now they're going, like, essentially the revenue and profits that G3 is making, now they're going to take for themselves. And it's not going to affect them in the next, like, couple of years, but, like, in 3 years or so, you're going to have like this big influx of profits as they bring those licenses in-house. So, you saw a big move up last week. And, I think that was the combination of the G3 announcement, the G3 license announcement, plus, some better than expected earnings.
All right, last one, and I'll let you go, Tom. Let's do Lulu, as it's been really a best of breed stock lately, and it's just doesn't want to turn around, and I can't blame it because it seems like there's still some shopping going on in Lulu. Could this be the type of stock that could get some Santa Claus type of love?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think this is one of the best brands I cover. Exceptionally innovative brand and company. The product is great. They're not promotional. They're not, racing to the bottom on pricing. They're saying like, hey, look, we've got the best product out there and you're going to buy it because it's incredible. They've got this big trend with the belt bag, those the fanny pack strapped across the chest.
Yeah,
That everyone's got
right
on.
across the chest. The new style coming back from the 80s, I think, but
Exactly. And amazing balance sheet, long runway for growth. Really, there's not a lot of holes to poke in Lululemon. I think it's one of the best stories in my space.
definitely we'll keep watch. Appreciate you coming on today, Tom, and we'll definitely have you back on, especially after maybe we get a Santa Claus rally. Have to wait and see. We'll see what happens. Thank you, Tom, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Super excited definitely to have more on analysts from Wedbush. I appreciate Tom joining us today. Hit the thumbs up if you guys appreciate us getting a Wedbush analyst today. And if you guys want to see any other analyst on here, hit the comments after the show. Hit the comments. Let me know who it is, what bank are they from, or where do you want to hear from them and why? And I'll definitely do so and reach out. That's what it's all about here. That's how we went towards Tom. We got suggestions out there, and we're here to go ahead and get towards the analysts. So if you guys have any experts that you guys want on right here on Stock Market Movers, go ahead and hit the comments. Let's get back towards the stock market. It's 133. We can do what was hot and what was not, and then we can get into some other sectors as the SPY just it doesn't want to stop, team. I'm sorry. It's at that point where I'm apologizing for the downside action. That's how bad it is. And it's not what I expected. I'll tell you that. And I don't think that a lot of people expected to see this hard of a downturn this quickly. So we were just at 410 just recently on Thursday on the 1st of December. Now we're right back towards 392. This is definitely concerning because if we crack 390s, I don't know where we stop, right? Like that was my levels to watch for support was this sideways consolidation period. We cracked through that. So the next level down is towards that 389. That's where we've bounced here, right? On that 17th day, right? 390.14. We'll look to see if that holds. If that doesn't hold, we could be right back into the 385s. Didn't expect to see that. And this just shows us that this could be seasonality coming into play, right? Early December. You usually sometimes get some downside action, but it wasn't what we were wanting to see if you were in the bull camp. But that's just how it is. Let's get towards the sectors and the industries and look at what was hot. Well, the truth is there wasn't much. We could take a look at the SPY to see what was up. Estee Lauder wasn't having the worst type of day. It was in the green. Now back towards the red here. Nucor was trying to get into the green today. Steel, this even starting to come back. It's starting to drag all the stocks. Do you see the recent action right here? This just shows me that we're starting to get the drag on even the strong stocks that were up on the day. One stock here, Textron, was getting a lift, and even that is starting to pull back there. I'd be careful out there, team. It looks like a rough day indeed. What's down the most? That's what I think we need to start with is technology. Technology down the most, and where is it getting hit the hardest? In solar names giving up. And here you can start seeing they were holding their trend for so long. Now they're really starting to give it up here. Array pulling back, MaxN pulling back. Let's go to the leaders like First Solar. First Solar cracking right back towards 160 today. EMPH also pulling back big. Let's take a look at that. Now back towards 308 when it was at 335 earlier today. And as you can see here, this little trend that it was kind of holding, going back, starting to break down through, could be at 300. We'll see what happens there on end phase. Solar getting hit hard today. Software names coming right back towards the red side here. We can go to some of the bigger names, right? Salesforce. This is still weak, guys. Some people were looking for the Salesforce bounce. It's still really weak. Now, one thing I'll point to is the RSIs are getting to a point where eventually I'll take a look at Salesforce, but that's not until it gets down there towards 13 or 14 on the RSI. And that's going to take a while to get down to. We could be back down there towards 120s, even 110s before we're even looking for this to catch a bounce. Salesforce does not look good right now. And I drew this line for a while. When I draw these hard lines, I'm looking for this to kind of hold and get back to that level for me to even look at it bullish. That's up there towards 190. Just been fading off there on Salesforce. You got to be careful on a name like this. This is also going to affect different stocks. Let's go towards those stocks. Software. We can go to SAP, and you can see this is turning around, even though it was starting to make a move up into it. A stock that was a values name starting to come right back down there. Now coming down. Uber going down there. It just doesn't look good here in these software application names. Shop is one that we were looking to start seeing hold. I really don't want to see it break 38 because then it's also right back in that downtrend. Snowflake was up there in September. Now it has just been kind of leaking on down. And you can see it, team. These growth names just not getting the love that they were going to get. Unity was also making moves up, right? Software application name. Now it's right back down. Got to be careful in these names as they start taking a downturn. All right, Roblox is in that kind of same outlook there. I still consider this one kind of more into that software gaming area, but it's an electronic gaming here. That's what they put it under in the technology sector. And you can see this one also looking like it wants to come back down and crack. Got to be careful in a name like ARKK on a day like today. It looks ugly in ARK. I don't know how Kathy even kind of stands looking at her stocks on a day like today, where you could see it here. There's 28 names in the red. That hurts. That hurts. So out of your 29 trades, 28 of them are in the red. I don't know how she stands to have a portfolio like that, but that's just my understanding. Like, I don't know how I would be able to have, millions of dollars in position, and 28 of my 29 stocks that I put in there are in the red. It's crazy to think so. But technology continuing down. We'll see what happens in these names. There's still some more that could keep coming down. Semiconductors also coming down today. TSM, even with the good news, coming down a little bit. NVIDIA coming right back down. Now, these aren't really breaking down, but they're definitely pulling back towards their support. So we'll see what happens there. AMD couldn't hold that 74, starting to break the pattern there, coming towards 70 on the day at 70.91 right now. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? Any thoughts on Chewy? I got you. I'll take a look at those. I see Zim being mentioned in the chat. We can go through some of these, but by all means, I got you. What day does ARK not look ugly? Yeah, maybe on a day like where it's like risk on. Kathy's also the one that said Bitcoin's going $1 million. Yeah, she doubled down. Remember on coin? She took some more coin and she took some more SI. I don't think those have done her any well. So it's tough to watch that. Did you check the calendar for tomorrow's event? What time does it start? What time does it end? I got you, my friend. You stuck around. You came. I thought you were going to be at the close for it, but I got you. We're starting the Future of Crypto event 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. Right here. You don't want to miss it, team. Catch it. The Future of Crypto. We'll see what we find out. Of course, this isn't going to be the whole event. You guys are only going to get access towards one stage. You got to be at the show to get access to all the stage and the good stuff. But we'll keep going, team. Let's go towards some other question. Very smart question. When does ARK not look ugly? It's when risk off day. There's times where like Unity was making a nice little push and we were getting some of these stocks to come back, and some of these therapeutic stocks were coming back for a while, like Kathy's Beam. That was when we were getting this little push up, but you guys can see it. They've been on a hard pullback. It's tough on a day like today to catch a stock, especially when there's so many that are pulling back today. Even in areas that you think wouldn't pull back. Like, let's say on a day like today, you think that maybe defensives could take a little lift. Well, these are down big too. Even grocery stores, like I saw Kroger's taking a hard hit yesterday. I was thinking maybe it bounces back a little bit today. Nope, not gonna bounce back today. So it's tough to catch these types of moves, especially when you're looking for some value type of play and can't find it. Do you talk about the history of crypto for crypto native people? Yeah. Well, I would be there definitely, because one of the things you're going to find out is kind of what really is coming forward in the future, right? What's going to come out. I think that's the important thing. I think a lot of people focus on crypto as more as the asset, like focusing on, let's say, the dollar as the dollar, not necessarily about what that actually brings. Like we just talked about it for apparel and shoes, how the dollar could affect that industry. I think that's more important than understanding even just the dollar itself, right? So we'll see what happens. Definitely catch tomorrow. It'll be fun to talk about the future of crypto. It's time to go over to the dark side and short, says Chris. Yeah, it's time to start going and looking for the dark side. But you might have already missed out on a lot of opportunities, right? Let's just be honest. So we got to be careful because we are already getting that downside action. Healthcare even turning around today. That just goes to show us there's not many areas that were in the strength today. Let's look for the small little pockets of strength today. All right. Well, you guys know I've been taking a shot in the airlines. Looks like the airlines are overall up. You guys can see that here right on the bottom. This is up, but overall still down on the day. Let's talk a little bit about this. I've taken my swing trade in American. I won't even go towards it unless you guys want me to, but I'll take a look at the other airlines to see how the industry is moving. Now, UAL yesterday, United Airlines getting some upgrades, right? Well, United Airlines still looking good. It pulled back a little bit here, but definitely not just falling off the tape like you saw the other trades. Not a bad looking sideways chart on a day where the market just seems to be crashing back down. All right, I got you, Raz, on ET. No worries. Just stick around. In just about 7 minutes, I'll just take stocks from you guys. So I just want to quickly run through all the headlines today, and I'll make sure that we get to ET. All right, so United Airlines, we'll see what happens there. DAL, right? DAL is pushing back a little bit further. We'll see if this one can catch a little bit of a bounce. Does Save even trade anymore? I don't think so. It still does. Still hasn't gone through completely on the deal there. JetBlue, how's this one? I haven't taken a look at JetBlue in a while. JetBlue towards $7.92. Will this one start getting a nice little push? This one doesn't look too bad there. If it can get a push above 8, we'll keep watching on these airlines. Hilton, how did the lodging kind of stick around for this? Well, not getting the best move there in Hilton. We'll see what happens. Where was the other pocket in there in the industrials? Let's take a look here. Metal fabrication, airports and air services. That one's an interesting area. I don't take a look at that too often, but there's some stocks that are moving, but they just have big gaps. That's why I don't like to bring up these too often. The gaps are too big. So the spread here, you can see it's like 60, 80 cents. It's too big for the type of stock that it is. Not enough liquidity there. Metal fabrication, ATI is maybe one that I'd give in there, but there's not much here. We'll see what happens on these. Look at the daily chart on ATI, though. That one doesn't look too bad. You can see I've drawn lines on this one before. I'm just keeping a watch. This is when I drew it last time. This was on October 25 or October 25th. We'll see if it can come back up. This one doesn't look too bad here. I draw this now after seeing some of the price action towards here, wanting to hold the pullback towards 30, get back up towards 32. Last couple hours, just been battling, trying to get back up towards the 31. Not a bad area to watch. Metal fabrication. But like always, this is just the little small pockets of green that I found in the markets today. It wasn't much. One of the areas that I wanted to get short, and I definitely missed out on the trade, was a Morgan Stanley short. Was looking at this one because Goldman Sachs, another leader in this, had already dropped significant. I was looking for the financials to turn around, and we got a nice little crack through that 89. You guys can see here on the daily chart what I was pretty much looking at. I was looking at this support right here, 89. I was like, if we crack through that support, we could come back down towards this low, 87.50s. Doesn't look too bad for a target. Cracking of the 89s is what I was looking for. Right out the gates, you got that little decline, but then it went up there towards 89.70. I stopped watching it for a second, and boom, it flushed through that 89 and didn't give me any chance to come back on the VWAP entry. Not a bad outlook there, but we'll see how these financials turn around. JPM with a little bull trap out the gates. Bank of America went straight down out the gates. That one wasn't too bad. Was taking a look at some of these. Wells Fargo had already come down significant, but kept coming down. Citigroup cracking. A lot of these getting the crack there, and you definitely had a nice opportunity to catch these on the turnaround in the financials. All right, basic materials, even in the red, but there were some areas that were into the green. Steel, Coal stocks, not looking too bad there. An area that I've been a stock that I've been calling out is HCC in coal. I always try to call out what I think is the better play here in coal. And you can see here, this looks to me like a nice little kind of cup. We'll look for the handle to be made. Maybe it even pulls back to 37, then eventually breaks out through that 39.40s, going towards 40. That's what I'll be watching in HCC. What's going on in the SPY? No worries, Levi. I'll talk about that right now. Do you have something for copper? Always have something for copper. The two main tickers that I look for in copper are SCCO, which is Southern Copper Corp. Of course, we were watching this one when it went back above the 50s. That's when it looked the best because it was kind of on a reversal style. Now it's been holding up here, holding a little bit of this pullback. Would really want 60 to hold. If 60 cracks, I think it kind of ruins the trend. But it's been holding on that 9 EMA. That's that light blue line that you can see there. Reason why I use the 9 EMA is because, of course, it's coincides with the MACD indicator, which is kind of a momentum indicator. You guys can see here, nice little setup on the 15-minute right now, even in SCCO. We'll see if it gets back above 61.50s or below the 61, going towards the 60. And the other stock you can watch in this area is FCX. Of course, Freeport is the main stock that's watched here, but SCCO is not a bad one either. But also showing you a little bit of a turnaround there, a pullback. Needs to hold this pullback because if it cracks 38, it's not holding the trend anymore. We'll see what happens there. All right, that's going to do it for what was hot and what was not. I'll take stocks from the chat now. And Levi, you wanted to know why the SPY is going down. It seems like, of course, everything out there is what? Recession concerns. But really, is that what's going on? I don't think that's what's going on here. I think this is more to do with rebalancing. And so that's what I would say if I would have to give it a reason. Like always, we never really truly know. The media doesn't even really know. Nobody knows. They just give what they expect. And from their experience, what they think and the reason why stocks could be coming down, right? So if I had to give a rhyme or reason, I would say it's that rebalancing from people that jumped in probably in the October month and rode that wave up, right? They got in somewhere in early October and they were able to ride that wave up here, selling into the move, which is not a bad thing, right? You sell into the rewards, you can't go wrong with that. I think that's what's going on here. You're getting some people to take some rewards, some people to rebalance, and we're getting some sell-off with that as some people take some profits and rebalance their portfolios. All right, there's some stocks coming into the chat. I did say I would cover ET, so I got you next, Quantum, on a couple of ones that you want to take a look at. ET is Energy Transfer Equity. So you can see here it's trying to hold the pullback towards around 1180s. Let's go towards the weekly. You can see how this has been just coming right back, but really isn't getting the kind of lift that it needs to get. It's kind of upward slope, so that's at least looking good here. You see how you don't crack that on the downturns. And I would even draw this a little bit higher towards where you got the resistance, right? So seems like you rejected here from this resistance. Now you're cracking back below that. You want to get through that resistance, which is the 13 towards the upside. You've had one move up, down, two moves up, down, three moves up. It could pull back even towards the 1050 or maybe do what's called a half turn where it does 50% retracement of this recent move. So that would be a move towards like right around 1150s, holds that 1150, and then makes the push up towards the breakout. That's what I would be looking for. We'll see if we get that type of move where you got in that, the up move, your down move. So this is why I like to draw things out to myself. And sometimes it's good to look at line, kind of draw it out for yourself. Maybe use a regression. What a regression does is it does a line in the middle of this trend, right? Where's the trend continuing? The trend's continuing to the upside. We just need to see it kind of hold the pullbacks, get that next lift through the 1250s. That's ET. All right, let's go to BEKE. All right, let's take a look at this one. This one is trying to come back. Real estate service. It's just probably not a sexy area to be in right now, but it will at some point make sense, I think, in this case. But what I would be looking at is for it to actually start closing above some levels. So look at the monthlies, I think, on a stock like this, because why? Because it's been going sideways on the monthlies. I want to see it get above and close above on a monthly. So let's say if we get a close in December towards 20, it'll be looking better because now you at least have some levels to go off of. What happens if we get into early when the stock comes down like this one did towards $10 and has a huge range, $6 for a $10 stock, right? When it was at $10, that's about 60% just towards the upside in 1 month. So you got to be careful on a stock like this. It has a high beta, makes big volatility moves, and you get these big down moves and big up moves. So you got to be careful on a stock like this. Maybe just see it hold the trend right now, hold 16 support, get back through that 18, and take out Monday's high, 1844. Look at the hourly pullbacks for those kind of supports to hold. So if you clearly see here, you cut down through the 16 sometimes before, but you recover it consistently. I would draw support towards 16, make sure that our 16 is holding. If we do get pullbacks, 15 would maybe break this pattern, and you can be right back into kind of the 200-day moving average. 9 EMA is at 1610 to just show you a little bit more how it should hold that tighter little frame and get back up there towards the 18. All right, 153, going to keep going through stocks. I'm sorry that I went through there a little bit slower on these, but I wanted to give you guys some good insight into how I would be looking at them. What is Connecticut, Money Mitch? You know, HCC stands for my city, but I don't go there. Hey, that's how it is sometimes. These stocks, it's like the Mitch stock, man. The Mitch stock or the match stock, whatever you want to call it. That's at least what I call it. Finger, FNGD. Let's take a look at this one. This is the FANG Index Inverse Leverage, ETN. Wow, you're bringing one in here, Quantum. Let's take a look here. Weekly, it's an inverse, right? So you got the inverse. When you get these inverse, a lot of times you're going to have to rebalance to get that lift. But today you are getting that push. Of course, you are getting that push here. On a day like today, you can be looking for this type of stock. But really, how often does this thing trend to the upside, right? Let's just be honest. We can even look back here. I can put it on the 4-hour chart so that we can see the recent. When this has this trends up, of course, is when? It's when the market is taking a long downturn move, right? That's this move here. Same thing happened, in August when we topped out, we started making that long downturn, right? Well, if you expect a long downturn, then maybe you can get back up to those levels. But it's very difficult to just continuously see this market not give you that volatility shakeout. So this is definitely a hard trade. If I just looked at it on the intraday, it wouldn't be too hard because I would look at this VWAP and I'd probably try to play it right off of this VWAP here, which it didn't even come to. 48.13, low there, 48.18. Looking for the push back through 49. But I would stay really tight with a trade like this, especially if it's more of that day trade. And whenever I'm trading leverage inverse vehicles, I'm never holding overnight. I don't do that. The reason why, it doesn't make sense because of the rebalancing. It does help you out sometimes with these because you could still get that nice little lift. But I personally don't trade overnight leverage vehicles, especially in the overnight hours. I just go ahead and I close them towards the trade. I would take maybe that little trade towards 49. And especially as we get closer towards, like, let's say 4 p.m., I'll just take whatever I can get. All right, let's get going. Let's do one more here. Jim wants to take a look at EMPH. I'll go ahead and take a look at that. All right, EMPH coming down to 307. It's really starting to see the break. Where do you got to get a little bit concerned is when you start seeing these daily breakdowns, because if it starts breaking down through here, it comes back here towards this line, right? And so you can see how it's trying to hold this kind of resistance where it first tried to get back out through. Well, if it breaks that, then the trend starts getting broken, and we could be back towards the 50-day, which is more towards 286. And eventually, I felt that these solar names were going to fall off because, at least in my eyes, the seasonality is coming towards an end, and we could get a little bit of a pullback in these names, followed by another lift. But in my eyes, for right now, There's nothing that tells me that solar is going to remain strong on the daily. Weekly outlook doesn't look too bad towards 300, but needs to make a quick turnaround. All right, that's going to probably do it for us. Like always, smash the like. I hope that you guys enjoyed today. We got into some footwear and accessory. I hope that you guys had fun with our analysts today. We had Wedbush Securities on. Definitely one of the leading analysts out there. Tom Nikic, Senior Vice President, Equity Research at Wedbush. We talked about Nike. We talked even about Kanye West. Yeet. Yes, we talked about him. Check it out, team. If you guys just joining in, hit the rewind. And I'll see you guys on At the Close. Hit the thumbs up if you guys enjoyed today's show. And we'll see you guys at the Close with Joel Elconin. Up next, you'll have a little bit of a window. No roadmap today as the team is traveling to New York City right now as we speak. Future of Crypto tomorrow. Don't miss it, team. I will be down for the rest of the week. I hope that you guys enjoy, of course, the other action that we have. You guys can always reach out to me if you have any questions on areas, stocks, sectors. Mitch, what is going on in this area? Reach out to me, guys. This is my Twitter handle. You guys can go ahead and ask me any question, and I'll do my best to give you guys the best answer I can. See you next time, team. Hit the thumbs up.